Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Classified Captures. Steve here, and today I've got a collection of clips ranging from babies and artificial wombs to never-before-seen clips of cryptids and otherworldlies that may just leave you shocked. Ready? Well, let's jump in. Starting today's episode, we've got this clip that comes to us all the way from China. You see the bird the man is holding in his hands, right? Well, what if I told you that although it might look like a bird, it's not a real one? It's actually a new tech creation by the Chinese PLA. This drone bird flaps its wings and looks incredibly lifelike. It's designed to blend in with real birds, allowing it to spy without being detected. This kind of technology could be a game-changer in covert operations, serving a crucial role in secret missions where stealth is key. Warfare in the future is going to be pretty interesting as individuals all around the world are developing spy tech that look like birds, bugs, and everyday items. A part of me is excited, and then there's a part of me that can't also help but worry. But then again, perhaps it's just me. What do you guys think? Next, we've got the blurry kind of clips we all don't like, but do pay attention. There's something rather interesting in this one. If you pay attention to the clip, you would see something or someone moving in the darkness. You don't need me to tell you that the movement patterns as well as the body of the individual being or whatever that isn't natural. Freaked out by what his camera had recorded, the one who uploaded this stated he thought it was either a nightcrawler or alien. Personally, I'd love it to be one of these things because I'm just waiting for that clip that would confirm their existence. As much as I would want this clip to be that clip, it's simply too blurry to authoritatively state that's the case. What do you guys think though? Do you think this is authentic? Are we actually dealing with extraterrestrials and otherworldlies? Share your thoughts in the comments section. During a late-night ride, a dashcam in the car captured something that defies explanation. It was just an ordinary drive through a secluded road, the kind where thick forests stretch on both sides, creating an eerie tunnel of darkness. But then, out of nowhere, something bizarre happened. Did you catch that? A pair of legs, massive, powerful, just came rushing across the street. But here's the thing, they weren't just big, they were huge. These legs belonged to a creature so enormous that the driver couldn't even see the upper half of it. Imagine that, the creature's torso was completely out of sight, hidden in the dark or maybe towering above the trees. Whatever it wasn't anything you'd expect to see crossing a road at night. The dashcam footage is unsettling to say the least. The speed at which the legs moved, the sheer size of them, it all felt like something out of a nightmare. No normal animal could be this large, at least, well, none that we know of.
Dude, what kind of boat is that?
What?
Is that like somebody's yacht?
Some men captured this strange sight out at sea. It looks like some sort of building with the top part visible above the water. But here's the unsettling part. This isn't a static structure. It's moving almost like a ship. The last time I checked, ships don't look like this. So what type of ship is this? Does anyone have any idea what this could be? The sheer size and unusual appearance of this vessel is baffling. Is it some kind of advanced maritime technology or perhaps something entirely different?
Is that like somebody's yacht? Yo, this is like my Star Wars Jabba.
You know how we're all about making life easier with technology. Do you think we've gone too far? If my question confuses you, take a look at this. In case you haven't guessed it already, that's an artificial womb. So basically, instead of a woman going through the process of pregnancy, the egg is fertilized and grown outside till it's mature. While for some women this sounds like a win, there are others who think this is just wrong. To them, it's an offense against nature, and all children who come from this would be of the devil with no souls. I know that's strong language, but let's put the demonic and soul debate aside for a bit. For all that's good and lovely, would you consider this a good and healthy thing to do? Share your thoughts in the comments section. This next footage captures the night sky, and there's something peculiar going on behind the clouds. Let's take a look. Do you see it? A glowing circle is visible, but it's not an orb. It looks flat, almost like a disc. What's really strange is that this object is moving slowly behind the clouds, not staying in one place like you might expect. We're not entirely sure what this could be. Aaron suggests it might be a portal, but typically portals are static, not moving through the sky. So could this be some sort of UFO, or is it just an elaborate hoax? Share your thoughts. This footage was taken in Virginia back in the 1800s, and it's as eerie as it gets. A man had ventured up into the mountains, hoping to capture some stunning footage of the wilderness. But what he ended up recording was something far more unsettling. As he panned his camera toward the entrance of a cave, he noticed something unusual, something that made his blood run cold. There, deep in the shadows of the cave, were a pair of 3 glowing eyes staring back at him. The eyes were fixed on him, unblinking, almost as if they were studying him. The man was so terrified that he abandoned his camera on the spot and fled down the mountain. The next day, he returned to the cave with some help, determined to retrieve his camera. When he finally got it back and reviewed the footage, the sight of those eyes sent chills down his spine all over again. The footage clearly showed the glowing eyes and dark shadowy figures lurking in the cave. He became convinced that what he had encountered was a family of Bigfoot living deep within the mountains. The idea of Bigfoot has always been a mystery, but this image taken before AI was a thing is very convincing. What do you think? This footage was shared by a homeowner who had a chilling experience the night before. She was woken up at around 3 a.m. by the sounds of barking and howling from the dogs in the neighborhood. But there was one particular bark that sounded very strange coming from her porch. Too scared to go outside, she decided to wait until morning. When the sun finally rose, she retrieved the video from a security camera that overlooked the porch, and what she saw was terrifying. Perched at the tip of the roof just outside her home was a figure with a pale head and a pair of glowing eyes. The creature's hands, which were clawed, gripped onto the roof's edge. The woman believed that this was a skinwalker, a shapeshifter from Native American folklore known for mimicking the sounds of animals and sometimes even humans to lure the victims outside. The odd barking and growling on a porch that night might have been the skinwalker trying to trick her into coming out. The eerie footage has left her and many others deeply unsettled. I think she should just move, don't you agree? Someone found this strange-looking thing on a wall, and it's seriously bizarre. It's this thick, almost gelatinous substance that seems to be moving on its own like it's alive. It doesn't just sit there as you'd expect. There's an unsettling, almost organic motion to it, like it's trying to crawl or spread. Some people are speculating that it could be an insect covered in some sort of goo, maybe something that got stuck in a sticky substance and is now struggling to get free. But the way it moves is really odd, almost unnatural. So what do you think this could be? Could it really be just an insect in a sticky situation, or is there something more to this strange, living-like blob? A resident in Peru was about to head to bed when something caught his eye through the window, a dark figure looming over him. He described it as a creature with a terrifying face, unlike anything he'd ever seen before. It didn't resemble an ape, Bigfoot, or even a dogman, which are the usual go-to comparisons for strange sightings like this. This creature was tall, towering over the window, and covered in dark fur. The way it stared down at him was unsettling, with an almost monstrous presence. It didn't fit any of the familiar categories, making it even more eerie and mysterious. The resident was left shaken by the encounter, convinced that what he saw was something far from ordinary, a true monster lurking in the night. What could this creature be? Something mythical, or perhaps a yet-to-be-discovered species? A YouTuber was filming in the woods when he stumbled upon something eerie, a smoke-like figure among the trees. At first glance, it's so faint that you might miss it entirely, but if you look closely, you'll notice that it has a distinctly human shape. The figure seems to blend in with the shadows, almost as if it's part of the forest itself. As soon as the man behind the camera realized what he was seeing, terror took over. He didn't stick around to investigate. Instead, he bolted out of there as fast as he could, clearly shaken by the experience. Shadow figures like this are a strange phenomenon that people have reported all over the world. They're often described as dark, misty shapes that resemble humans but are more elusive and mysterious. This one, however, is white, not dark. Could this be another encounter with one of these shadowy entities, or is there something else at play here? There have been numerous strange objects spotted in the sky, many of which remain shrouded in mystery. With the rapid advancement of technology, it's possible that some of these sightings could be experimental tech being tested. In this particular footage, the observer captured a peculiar object in the sky. It appears to be a round structure with two bumps at the bottom, unlike anything commonly seen. The shape and design don't match any known aircraft or drone, making it all the more intriguing. Could this be a new piece of technology, a drone, or something entirely different? It's hard to say for sure, but with the way tech is evolving, it's not far-fetched to consider that this could be a prototype or an experimental craft being tested. What do you think? A woman was parked in a lot when she noticed something strange, a solid lamppost wobbling in the cold, snowy weather. The wind was blowing, but it didn't seem strong enough to cause the metal to bend and move like that. This is definitely an odd sight. Metal structures, especially something as sturdy as a lamppost, aren't supposed to wobble easily. So how could this be happening? Could it be a structural issue or something about the extreme cold affecting the metal? Whatever the cause, it's definitely not something you see every day. This footage was shared by NASA. They discovered a black hole in space and it was emitting these eerie sounds. Take a look at the footage. For those unfamiliar with the concept, a black hole is one of the most mysterious and powerful objects in the universe. It's a region in space where gravity is so overwhelming that nothing, not even light, can escape its grasp. It's created from the remnants of massive stars that have reached the end of their life cycle, collapsing under their own immense gravity. Black holes used to be the stuff of imagination, but now they can be spotted and even devices can be used to amplify the sounds coming from them. Just listen to these eerie sounds. They are so haunting. This next footage is truly bizarre. It was taken by a group of hunters who were out in the woods searching for game. As they ventured deeper into the forest, their dogs started barking aggressively at something near the wooded area. The barking grew louder until something emerged, something that left the hunters completely stunned. What appeared before them was a human-sized insect-like creature. It had a huge head and flapping wings like those of an insect, but it was far larger than any insect or even alien they had ever seen. The creature looked otherworldly, and the footage, which was shared over 10 years ago on YouTube, has left puzzled viewers ever since. Not many people have been able to explain what this creature could be. Some believe it might be an alien, while others think it could be a type of cryptid, one of those mysterious creatures that people claim to see but that science hasn't officially recognized. What do you think? An observer spotted this strange object in the sky, a metallic-looking sphere, smooth and shiny. As they watched, the sphere occasionally rotated, almost as if it was surveying the area. But the real surprise came at the end of the footage when the sphere suddenly zipped away at an incredible speed, far faster than anything human-made could manage. The footage looks very legitimate, making it even more bizarre. I even asked Julius what he thought it might be, and he was stumped and couldn't provide an answer. What do you guys think it could be? Is it some advanced technology, perhaps something not of this world?
They're wide. See?
Somebody said that there's a guy on here saying they ain't seen prints yet.
A group of explorers ventured deep into the woods at night, armed with only their cameras and torches. The dense forest was eerily quiet, the only sounds being the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and the distant hoot of an owl. Suddenly one of them stopped dead in their tracks, his torchlight illuminating something on the ground. There, embedded in the soft earth, was a massive, human-like footprint. It wasn't just one. They found two colossal footprints side by side, along with a large handprint pressed into the ground as if something enormous had crouched down. They believed that these prints belonged to the elusive Bigfoot. Just look at that. What do you think it is?
Well, you know what? I mean,
Can you put your foot beside of it?
oh my God.
It's definitely bigger than our foot wide.
That is...
This footage is an interview with Elon Musk by Jordan Peterson, where Musk mentions that Grok 3, a new AI system, is expected to be released by December. According to Musk, Grok 3 will be the most powerful AI in the world. Grok 3 is designed as an advanced chatbot with deep learning capabilities, human-like reasoning, and the ability to handle complex tasks across various domains. But isn't this the same person who previously warned that AI could be dangerous if humans don't slow down its development? Yet here he is, creating what he claims to be the most powerful AI ever. Grok 3 raises questions about the balance between innovation and caution. Should we be worried? Or do you think Elon has everything under wraps? Here's another strange sighting in the sky. It's near sundown, so the sky is almost dark, but there's a portion of the clouds where a bright, golden light is shining through. The glow is an almost otherworldly quality, casting an eerie yet beautiful light across its landscape. The light seems too intense and concentrated to be just the setting sun, as if something is hidden behind the clouds, letting just a bit of light escape. It's almost as if there's a hidden source of light, something powerful and mysterious illuminating the clouds from within. Viewers who have seen this kind of phenomenon are wondering if it's some rare natural event like sunlight reflecting off ice crystals in the atmosphere, or if there's something more unusual at play. With the increasing number of strange occurrences in the sky, could this golden light be a sign of something more mysterious, perhaps even a glimpse into something otherworldly? In this video, you can see a crowd of people gathered, all looking up at the sky in awe. The focus of their attention? A ball of fire streaks across the sky, trailing flames as it moves. There's no context provided for what's happening, but the people seem strangely happy, almost celebratory. The fiery object appears to be some sort of comet or meteor hurling towards the Earth, its tail of flames creating a spectacular display against the night sky. But what makes this scene even more intriguing is the reaction of the crowd. Instead of fear or concern, there's an air of excitement, as if they're witnessing something significant, perhaps even divine. In various religions, the sight of a falling star or celestial event is often interpreted as a sign from the heavens, a message from the divine. Could this be what the people in the video are experiencing? Are they seeing this fiery spectacle as a symbol of something greater, a sign of divine intervention, or is it simply a rare and breathtaking natural phenomenon? This massive creature was spotted in a river by a man who happened to be walking by. The footage is a bit blurry, but you can clearly see its head emerging from the water, and it's enormous. The creature's size is truly intimidating, raising the question, what could it be? The man who captured the footage described it as something out of a nightmare, a huge shadowy figure lurking just beneath the water's surface. Its head, which appears to be several feet across, slowly moves through the water, causing ripples that disturb the calm of the river. Despite the poor quality of the video, the sheer size of the creature is unmistakable, and it's enough to send shivers down your spine. Is this an unknown species lurking in the depths, or perhaps a creature from ancient legends come to life? Now take a look at this disturbing footage. Thousands of dead fish were collected at a Greek port, their lifeless bodies creating a haunting image, a sea of death. Just look at the tragic sight. When scientists arrived to investigate the scene, their conclusion was clear. This devastating event is linked to climate change. Rising temperatures, pollution, and changes in ocean currents are taking a severe toll on marine life. Climate change, one of the most pressing and discussed topics of our time. It's an issue that's constantly in the spotlight, and for good reason. The climate is changing rapidly, and human activities are largely to blame. This strange creature was spotted on the shores of China. It looks like a stick covered in tiny hairs, and its form resembles a spider, except it has more than 8 legs. But this isn't just some sort of stick or debris, it appears to be alive. As the person behind the camera pokes it with a stick, the creature suddenly moves its legs, revealing a surprising level of life and activity. Yet despite its movements, it still looks oddly rigid and stiff. What kind of sea creature could this be? Could it be an unknown species, or perhaps a bizarre mutation? Share your thoughts. Camping is not for the faint of heart, especially when you're deep in the woods where wild animals can easily find their way to you. In this footage, a camper woke up in the morning to the sound of growling right outside his tent. Heart pounding, he cautiously unzipped the tent, only to come face to face with a massive bear standing just inches away. Panicked, he quickly zipped the tent back up, trying to put a barrier between himself and the enormous creature. It seemed the bear had sniffed him out and was now trying to claw its way into the tent. The situation was tense. One wrong move and things could have gone very badly. So the man began to scream at the bear, hoping to scare it off. To his immense relief, the loud shouts worked and the bear eventually retreated. But it was a close call, too close for comfort. Wouldn't you agree? Feast your eyes on this image, the remnants of what is believed to be a werewolf or some sort of ancient beast preserved in glass at the Obscura Museum in Denmark. This chilling display has captured the imaginations of many who've seen it. The remains, encased in a glass chamber, are thought to be part of a creature that once roamed the earth, possibly a werewolf or something even more sinister. The Obscura Museum is renowned for its collection of strange and eerie artifacts, but this exhibit takes the cake. Whether it's the remnants of folklore brought to life or simply an elaborate hoax, it raises a multitude of questions. Is this evidence of a mythical creature from ancient legends, or could there be a scientific explanation behind it? Let's hear your thoughts. This next one is an alleged footage of a UFO sighting captured in a remote mountain area. What you're about to hear is strange, to say the least. The video begins with a mysterious craft hovering in the sky, emitting a strange pulsating beam of light. The beam seems to scan the area below before suddenly retracting back into the craft. Then, just as the tension builds, there's a fiery explosion, and in an instant, the craft vanishes without a trace. At first glance, the footage seems eerily convincing, like a genuine encounter with something not of this world. But as the video plays on, especially toward the end, something feels off. The explosion and the sudden disappearance of the craft raises suspicions. Could this be the result of clever editing, designed to make us question what's real and what's not? So what do you think? While walking through a secluded community, a passerby decided to capture the serene surroundings on video. The footage shows a quiet area with trees gently swaying and a few buildings dotting the landscape. Everything seems peaceful, almost mundane. But as the camera pans across one of the buildings, something unexpected happens. A dark figure suddenly appears against the stark white of the building. The figure is slender, its form almost ethereal, and it has an appearance that can only be described as alien-like. What do you make of it?
And I just saw a Bigfoot. Bigfoot went up into that cave. I just saw oh my God.
This man claims he just saw a Bigfoot. He was hiking up a mountain when he says he spotted a Bigfoot ahead of him at the top, heading into a cave. The man sounds out of breath and quite shaken, but strangely he didn't manage to capture any footage of the creature itself, only his panic reaction after the sighting. There are indeed reports that Bigfoot might inhabit mountainous areas, adding a layer of credibility to his claim. However, the absence of visual evidence raises doubts. It's not uncommon for people to see something unusual and not be able to record it in time, but it also opens the door for skepticism. So should we take his word for it, or is it more likely to be a hoax or a misidentification?
big foot went up into that cave. I just saw a big of... Oh my God.
Next up, we've got a very confusing piece of footage. In a remote location, a group of locals is gathered around what looks like a very large cloth on the ground, but it's not exactly a cloth. It resembles the shape of a giant gorilla. There's a man holding a traditional fan in one hand and a bell in the other. He circles around this costume, ringing the bell, and eventually stops at what seems to be the head of the figure. He then uses his fan to tap on the head repeatedly, and you can see the costume start to inflate, slowly coming to life. It stands firm, and as the upper torso rises, it now looks like a real gorilla. When it stands up, its back is to the camera, making the scene even more eerie. The audience visibly reacts with fear as the creature begins to move toward them. The whole scene is surreal. It looks incredibly real, yet it could easily be a trick. Julius thinks it's just a clever illusion, but Aaron believes it might be some form of African black magic since the footage was taken in Africa. It's hard to tell what's going on here, whether it's an elaborate hoax or traditional ritual or something else entirely, but what do you think? What we are looking at here is the unsettling sight of a decomposed human body, leaving a stain on the hallway floor of her home. The scene is even more haunting, with a walker lying nearby, a silent witness to the tragic event. It's said that this was an elderly woman who had passed away in her home, unnoticed and alone. No one arrived in time to help her. She might have lost her footing, fallen, and been unable to get back up, but what's even sadder is that no one came to check on her. She may have lain there in pain for hours, or perhaps she died instantly. There's no way to know for sure. By the time someone thought to check in on her, she was already long gone and decomposing. This is a deeply disturbing reminder of the importance of looking out for our loved ones. It's crucial to check up on them regularly to ensure they're okay and to prevent such heartbreaking situations. This footage was captured in Albany, New York, and it's nothing short of extraordinary. In the video, you can see a triangular craft hovering silently in the sky. The object appears to defy gravity, hanging motionless in the air with no visible means of propulsion. Witnesses who saw the craft were baffled by its presence, as it didn't resemble any known aircraft. The triangular shape, combined with its eerie stillness, immediately sparked speculation. Could this be some sort of advanced military technology, or perhaps something not of this world? Here we have satellite footage from the infamous Area 51. In the video, a very large sphere suddenly appears from the sky, descending smoothly until it lands on the ground. It remains stationary for just a few seconds before shooting back up into the sky at an incredibly fast speed, disappearing from view almost instantly. Now, we all know that Area 51 has been under intense scrutiny for years, often speculated to be either an alien base or a top-secret facility where the military hides its most classified projects. This footage only adds to the mystery surrounding the site. While some are convinced this is real, others think it's nothing more than a digitally created clip. What say you? Here's another disturbing footage of a mosquito infestation. We're not sure where this was recorded, but it's got us wondering what's going on with all these insect infestations. In recent years, there's been a noticeable rise in such outbreaks, and it's raising serious concerns. Factors like climate change, urbanization, and shifts in ecosystems are contributing to the rapid spread of these insects. Warmer temperatures and increased humidity create the perfect breeding grounds for mosquitoes, leading to larger and more frequent infestations. These swarms pose not only a nuisance, but also significant health risks, as mosquitoes are known as carriers of disease like malaria, dengue fever, and the Zika virus. Next, we have shrouded in the mysterious aura of abandonment, the King's Path, a once beautiful structure now marred by the relentless hands of time and neglect. Winding through a landscape kissed by the river's edge, embraced by the encroaching wilderness, and ensconced by ancient stone edifices, this decaying relic could be likened to the road less traveled, the path to another realm. An unsettling sense of impending doom seems to hang in the air for anyone traversing this worn trail. Many years of exposure to the elements have left their mark on this place. The paths are broken and fallen, revealing their skeletal remains. Rusty steel beams are all that's left of a once thriving route. The only way to move forward where brave hikers once dared is by carefully walking on these steel beams. It's like a glimpse into the past and a glimpse into what the future might hold. A courageous person captured by our camera is walking on the King's Path. Every step they take carries with it the stories of many others who once explored this place, some of them venturing into the unknown. Would you be willing to walk this deteriorating trail, embracing its mysterious beauty and taking the risk between life and the unknown? If you would, then the King's Path awaits you. A mysterious being has made an unexpected appearance on a home surveillance camera, and it's leaving viewers puzzled. This creature seems to defy a clear classification. It alternates between an otherworldly, ghostly form and a more animalistic shape as it hops around the camera frame. However, it's the creature's head that truly perplexes, as it's surrounded by radiant beams of light emanating from its bright eyes. The exact identity of this strange being remains a riddle. What kind of creature is this? All right, hold up. Are we witnessing the return of medieval shenanigans or what? Forget humans wrestling humans. Apparently, we're going back to the days when folks grappled with bears for kicks. Two beings, one human, one bear, having what seems like the weirdest playdate ever. And get this, they both looked like they were having a blast. It's like a bizarre version of Fight Club, where the first rule is apparently have fun. Now, call me crazy, but I thought we'd moved on from wrestling with bears. Wasn't that a thing in medieval times when boredom levels were off the charts? But here we are in the 21st century with what looks like a bear-human wrestling match for sheer amusement. I guess we've not seen it all yet. Though I don't approve, you have to admit it's impressive that the man was able to hold the weight of the creature as long as he did. Once again, we're faced with a spectacle that leaves us questioning Mother Nature. A boat that set sail to catch fish came across a mysterious passenger. This invited passenger came disguised as a catfish, but when one of the men aboard went poking at it, this so-called catfish, instead of fins, had crab claws. Realizing this is not a typical member of the ocean dwellers, the man decided to push the fish back into the water. But it looked like it actually enjoyed being out of the water and wanted to teach the man a lesson or two before going back. Now the question is, what type of fish are we dealing with here? I mean, it's not every day you see a fish with crab claws for fins, so how is this even possible? Unless this is a species on its own or a mudfish and a crab interbred, I don't know what the logical explanation for this could be. Do you? Next, we have a chilling video that's bound to leave you stupefied. And yes, I'm not ashamed to state I learned that word from the Harry Potter series. Either way, back to the footage. It starts out as seemingly innocent, and then out of the shadows, a cryptic entity emerges. Its body, divided into two halves, white on top and black below, is a stark contrast to its surroundings. With agile and unnatural movements, it launches itself forward, gripping the white walls as it bounds down a narrow hallway lined with numerous other white doors. In a heartbeat, this mysterious being makes a daring leap, aiming for an opening in the ceiling, and just like that, vanishes from sight. The question lingers in the air. What in the world have we just witnessed? Before you start panicking, allow me to put you out of your misery. It's all CGI. This was created by a talented artist, and despite how realistic he tried to make it, if you pay attention long enough, you can tell it's computer generated. Or can you? Trailcam captured this mysterious and unusual. Feast your eyes on these snapshots that were all captured thanks to a trusty motion detection Trailcam. Behold this bizarre entity, a recurring character in all 3 frames. The creature boasts a lovely shade of pink flesh that rivals a pig's, and its facial features are nothing short of peculiar. A quirky visage with big, soul-piercing eyes and an absence of the standard nose. It's almost like someone took a tortoise's face, gave it a pink makeover, and placed it on this strange being. This creature, whatever it may be, seems to be crawling along the ground, arms outstretched toward the camera. The question remains, are we gazing upon an actual living entity, a person skillfully adorned in a costume, or a meticulously orchestrated hoax? The answer, my friend, might just be as curious as these snapshots themselves. The tranquil woods can often be a haven of serenity. For the individual who sent this footage in, that tranquility took an eerie turn when he stumbled upon an unsettling sight. There you can see what looks like a little girl wearing a blue dress with pigtails running. A child running alone in the woods should be the least of your problems in this situation. As you look closer, there seems to be something off. The way she's running is inhuman, as if she is hopping. Slowing down and turning her head, the entity revealed a visage that defied the norms of humanity. The semblance of a child faded, replaced by an uncanny transformation reminiscent of an animal donning the guise of a young girl. Could that have been a shapeshifter? Share your thoughts. In this footage, a group of men stumbled upon a perplexing sight, a strange creature on a rock. It exhibited characteristics reminiscent of black goo and displayed autonomous movement. In their attempt to unravel the mystery, the men resorted to using a knife, hoping to gain insight into the nature of this peculiar substance. However, the material proved resilient, reattaching itself after being cut. The baffling behavior raises questions about the origin and composition of the substance. I mean, there's no substance on Earth that looks like or behaves like that, unless, of course, the symbiote from Spider-Man found its way into our dimension. In the epic showdown between a dog and a lion, you'd naturally think the lion would have the upper paw. However, the outcome of this encounter might surprise you. It all began when a curious pit bull ventured into the woods, seemingly on a mission to establish some territorial authority. While the dog was busy exploring, a stealthy mountain lion sneaked up from behind, preparing to strike. But as the lion leapt, the dog turned around in the nick of time and counterattacked with impressive determination. The lion, perhaps underestimating the pit bull's fierce spirit, quickly retreated, leaving the dog victorious in this unexpected showdown. Wait, did I say a pit bull? That's Frenchie, isn't it? Can anyone out there clarify this for me? Before you watch the next clip, could you please hit the like button, subscribe, and even drop a comment if you haven't already? It goes a long way to making it possible to create more videos for you. Thank you for doing so. Moving back to the day's episode. In this intriguing video clip captured by a security cam on a private property, the scene starts with a seemingly ordinary setting, just a big leaf in view, but then things take an eerie twist. Two glowing orbs suddenly manifest beside a tree, casting an unsettling, unnatural light in the darkness. It's as if something from beyond is peeking into our world. These ethereal lights ignite and surge into the woods like a portal to the unknown, leaving behind a trail of ghostly luminescence. Our world is no stranger to mysteries, but this encounter raises chilling questions. What's behind these enigmatic manifestations? Are we witnessing a glimpse into the supernatural? Could those have been alien ships moving at supersonic speeds? Share your thoughts, but beware, they might be listening.
What the fuck is this?
In the hushed stillness of Appalachia, a man ventured out from the shelter of his house, drawn by a mysterious cacophony that had infiltrated the tranquil night. The ambient sounds, initially indistinct, metamorphized into an unsettling symphony of screeching and the haunting bleating of a goat.
Fuck this.
The disconcerting nature of the sounds sparked a chilling question in the man's mind. Was this an encounter with a mythical being? A skinwalker perhaps, shrouded in the legends of the region? The elusive skinwalker said to possess the ability to assume various forms, embodying the eerie tales passed down through generations. Alternatively, a mere human element infused the night with a palpable sense of concern. Could the distressing sounds be the desperate cries of a person in trouble, echoing through the Appalachian landscape? The man, not knowing what it could be, ran back inside for safety. What would you have done in this situation? While at a camping site driveway with her daughter, a woman saw what she thought was a human on the top of a mountain. She pointed it out to her daughter, but she didn't see it, so she decided to take a short video. Back home, as they reviewed the footage, a shock wave of disbelief washed over them. There, standing tall on the mountain's peak, was none other than Bigfoot, a creature of legend believed by some, doubted by many, now caught on camera. Zooming in for a closer look, they were able to discern the creature's colossal size, distinct strides, and telltale hints of fur which left no room for doubt. Shocked at their discovery, they decided to share it with the world. What do you make of it? Trail capture of one of our all-time favorite cryptids, Bigfoot. If there has been any footage that shows the intelligence and industriousness of Bigfoot, this is definitely up there with it. In this footage, we see what looks like a ginormous bipedal with fur all around it, stopping for a drink, albeit carefully. It lifts its head and looks in the direction of the camera. I'm pretty sure it sees it and then starts to walk away. But do you notice something weird? This Bigfoot doesn't look like the others. It's quite unique in its build and mannerisms. Do you see it too, or am I just seeing things? Talk about being in the right place at the right time. An unintentional Bigfoot sighting came to light when a YouTuber renowned for his vehicle reviews took a four-wheeler for a spin. While he was focused on his review, he inadvertently filmed what many believed to be a Bigfoot. If you look closely at the left side of the road among the trees, you'll spot a mysterious dark-furred creature strolling into the woods. It's almost as if Bigfoot decided to make a cameo appearance while the camera was rolling. In the past, these creatures were quite elusive, and it took a great deal to capture them. But now, all it takes is to just be in the woods or mountains at the right time, and you might be lucky to catch a glimpse of one. Either that, or we have some really convincing fakes out there. Whilst we try to find answers to the previous footage, I believe that the next footage will leave your jaw dropping to the ground, and I mean literally. A person found these strange things floating around his brother's house. They looked like smoke, but they were oddly luminous and in weird shapes. The thing, however, is that they seemed like they were frozen in time, and you and I know that's not how smoke looks or functions. According to him, they suddenly appeared in the house. When you study the footage, there's no justification for something like that existing. The man swears it's not a hoax and certainly not CGI because they don't have the expertise, skills, or money for that. So what do you think we're dealing with here? A taxi driver was parked on the side of the road when something scares him out of his car. Initially, he was making a phone call when he saw something in the rearview mirror moving behind him. Being the only one in the car, he quickly turned to look at what it was, and there he saw his answer, the ghostly face of a child looking back at him. The face was pale and had dark circles around its eyes. Once he saw what he saw, the scared man rushed out of the car. Fortunately, or not, the security camera in the car was on, so it captured the ghostly intruder. When he finally mustered the courage to go back to the vehicle, he reviewed the footage and asked the paranormal experts online for clarity. So what do you think? In the brilliant light of a midday sky, a captivating spectacle unfolds right before our eyes. Up high, the heavens appear to be in motion, with wisps of gas gathering and swirling, creating a dream-like show. However, amidst this celestial dance, there's an object hanging in the sky. It stands out from the sun, which is casting its bright rays as usual over the town. This object has a distinctive circular shape that piques our curiosity. It reminds us of a UFO sighting by a fellow traveler on an aeroplane. Could this be another visit from an extraterrestrial spacecraft defying the laws of our earthly skies? Or maybe it's something else entirely, a radiant orb carrying a celestial being gliding through dimensions beyond our comprehension. We've always interpreted these orbs to mean spiritual activity, but recent sightings have us reconsidering them to be extraterrestrial. What about you? In the heart of the woods, in the still of the night, an eerie encounter took place. A lone wanderer stumbled upon a bizarre creature perched precariously on a broken fence. The creature's most striking feature was its eyes, which emitted an unsettling, ominous glow. The creature's face conveyed a sense of menace, an unspoken warning to all who dared approach. Its very presence seemed to whisper, "Get any closer, and you'll regret it." What could this mysterious creature be? I've heard a lot of mysteries and explanations, but I think it's a stray dog whose territory the man might have walked into. Now, I know some of you might crucify me for this assertion, but take a critical look and tell me that does not look like a dog. A man captured something strange going on outside his house on his security camera. It all began when he spotted a dark figure standing in the middle of the road opposite his house. This dark figure looks like a person on a black road. As this stranger stood there facing the house, a car light began to reflect, indicating that a car was approaching. Naturally, he expected the strange person to get off the road, but the person just stood there unmoving until something bizarre happened. The car passed right through it, making the homeowner alarmed. However, the dark figure was still in place. Disturbed by what he'd seen, the homeowner came out to see for himself, which he figured was still there. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, as soon as he steps out, the entity disappears. If it had not been caught on camera, no one would believe him. The Trailcam owner was startled when he came across an image on his device. Not knowing what it was, he posted the image to Facebook hoping to get the opinion of others. The picture in question is this image that you see on your screen. You can see a dog-like creature standing on its two legs. The creature had a pair of eerily glowing eyes and was staring straight into the camera. Facebook users were left with a flood of theories on what this could be. While others held the notion that it was a dog man, others said this could be a possessed canine, and some truly believed it was a goblin of sorts. So what do you guys also think this is? A man was taking a walk with his dog during spring sunset when something strange happened. The dog's behavior suddenly took an anxious turn as it fixated on something in the distance. Not wanting to miss anything unusual, the owner turned the camera in that direction. There, at a noticeable distance, was a figure, eerily stationary and facing them. What made this even more unsettling was that the dog, usually quick to bark at potential threats, remained silent but visibly agitated. It was as though the dog sensed something about that figure, something beyond the human eye. The true identity and intent of the mysterious figure remains shrouded in uncertainty. It could have been an innocent passerby, but the dog's instinctual reaction suggests there might have been something more ominous at play. Out on the serene deck of a water body, a curious fisherman finds himself face to face with an utterly perplexing sight. His camera captures the puzzling appearance of a strange sea creature unlike anything he's ever seen before. This aquatic mystery boasts a set of unusual and unsettling physical features, as if it's experiencing some form of deep-seated discomfort. Its most striking characteristic is a vivid pink tail, which stands out starkly against the backdrop of the water. The creature's body exudes an inexplicable sense of unease, leading some to wonder if it could be the result of a bizarre mutation. Yet amid the myriad speculations, one question remains. What on earth or in the water is this unknown creature? Share your thoughts with us in the comments section. On that note, if you still haven't liked, commented, or subscribed to the channel yet, please do so now before I send that creature after you. On a more serious note, it really helps us out a ton and gives us the opportunity to keep making these videos for you. So please do so and share this video with your friends and family. Thank you very much. When it comes to dolls, I have a bittersweet feeling about them. They are fun to have, but when I remember Annabelle and Chucky, I'm not so sure if we're safe to have them around. Here we have a man who was on a treasure hunt in the woods when his metal detector picked up something in the ground close to a tree. The curious man went ahead to dig this thing out, but what he saw was rather puzzling. It was a doll's head with strange red markings on its face that made it look like something that was used for a ritual. Despite the eerie atmosphere, this man had no issues tampering with it. As he was inspecting the doll's head, he noticed an opening in the neck that led him to a treasure of coins. I guess he did find treasure after all. Something doesn't, however, sit right with me about a doll's with a head stuffed with coins. Am I just being paranoid, or is he being too reckless? Share your thoughts in the comments section. The age-old conspiracy surrounding the presence of extraterrestrial beings among us takes on a new dimension with the chilling footage captured by a vigilant observer.
Hey! Oh shit! Oh shit! Look at that! Oh, look at that! They stop!
The sequence begins with the appearance of a colossal orb in the sky descending. As the orb gets closer, it splits into several other orbs that move into a formation. From the audio of the footage, you can tell that the spectators and even the man filming this were all freaked out. And who can blame them? The cosmic waltz happening above transcends the realm of earthly explanation. But what do you think? Is this really happening, or is someone just messing with us? Share your thoughts. Hidden among the tranquil woods of England, where ancient trees and age-worn rocks stand as sentinels of nature's timeless beauty, a peculiar phenomenon awaits those who venture deep into the forest. Carved into the bark of trees and etched into the rugged surfaces of rocks, a gallery of faces emerges, each with its own unique expression and enigmatic aura. Now, you might think these faces tell tales of a bygone era, relics of ancient civilizations, or symbols of nature's mystique. But the truth behind these enigmatic carvings is as surprising as it is simple. They're the work of modern artists, driven by their passion for creativity and a desire to infuse the wilderness with a touch of the surreal. Yes, these faces have been carved relatively recently, and their origin is rooted in the minds of contemporary artisans, not ancient dwellers or mysterious forest spirits. But still, the thought of a face on a rock or a tree watching you in the woods is creepy or exciting depending on the kind of person you are, if you know what I mean. This adventurous motorcyclist was weaving through a forested path, sporting a trusty helmet camera to capture the ride. Little did he know, he captured something spine-tingling, only discovered during the footage review. Hold on tight, and let's take a look. Zoom in on the left side of the screen amidst the forest trees and you'll spot it, a tall, pale figure lurking in the shadows, keenly watching our two-wheeled adventurer. Blink, and you might just miss it. The questions abound. What on earth could this lurking presence be? It's pretty tall, towering above the trees. Could it be the elusive Slender Man, or might it be something entirely different? Tell me what you think in the comments section. In this clip, we're introduced to a massive wolf with dark fur and distinct white patterns. The whispers of folklore echo in our minds as we lay eyes on this colossal wolf. Some say it bears a resemblance to the legendary Wahila, or as some love to call it, the saber wolf. Legends have often described the Wahila as a creature larger and more aggressive than your typical wolf. I know, scary, right? Looking at this creature's size, demeanor, and characteristics, I believe that they align with the descriptions in these myths. Yet, amidst the awe and wonder, there are some in the paranormal community who question its authenticity. I, for one, am not one, because I believe I've set my eyes on the saber wolf. What about you? You might be wondering what we have here. Allow me to introduce you, my friends, to Madame Waterbug. Despite their small stature, waterbugs are expert swimmers. Their legs are adapted for paddling, allowing them to navigate through the water with surprising agility. Some species can even capture air and carry it with them, essentially creating their makeshift scuba gear, enabling them to stay submerged for extended periods. Waterbugs are skilled hunters. Their specialized front legs are designed to seize and hold onto their prey. Once captured, they use their piercing mouthparts to inject enzymes that break down the insides of their unfortunate victims, turning them into a ready-to-consume soup. So while they may be small, these waterbugs are a testament to the fact that danger comes in all sizes, and whatever you do, don't ever try to pick one up. In the heart of the woods, nestled within the mystifying embrace of the devil's tramping ground, there lies a peculiar patch of barren land. This desolate circle, spanning many acres, stands as a chilling testament to nature's defiance. Here, the very earth refuses to yield, and no plant can stake its roots, a mysterious void in the midst of lush greenery. Legend has it that something sinister happens here during the night. People say the devil himself visits, carrying out his wicked schemes under the cover of darkness. The malevolence in this place is so strong that it's thought to repel life itself, banishing plants from its cursed soil. But there's an even stranger twist to this tale. Objects left behind in this area seem to vanish into thin air as if the devil himself is taking them. It's believed that anyone brave enough to camp within this unusual space is in for a chilling encounter with malevolent forces beyond imagination. The memories of these unfortunate campers are forever marked by terror, haunting their dreams and driving them to flee for safety in the distant hills. As you look at this cursed ground, you can't help but wonder about the nature of the devil's nightly activities. What sinister deeds occur in this desolate circle? Is it the result of dark magic or just a superstition? The mystery of the devil's tramping ground continues to tempt the curious, encouraging them to contemplate its unexplainable nature. Have you been there? Do you have stories to share? Please do so in the comments section below. Indeed, the woods have always held an air of mystery, harboring secrets that both captivate and confound those who venture into them. This peculiar image discovered in the heart of the forest adds to it. At first glance, it looks like an internal part of some animal, with its pinkish flesh and curiously round upper part, but its lower section sports what looks like limbs, an anatomical feature that suggests this could not be a part of a larger creature. So if it's not part of some larger creature and it exists on its own, what creature could it be? Truth is, no one knows or can even guess. Even the person who found it could not put a name to what he'd seen. After uploading it online, some theorized it was an alien, whereas others said it was an aborted fetus. While we can see where they're all coming from, it's no secret that none of these thoroughly describe what the creature is or how it ended up where it was found. Can you help? The rate at which mythical creatures are making an appearance these days is alarming. In this footage, a man filmed two men in yellow protective gear from head to toe coming toward a river. The men were holding a net, but their attire was not something you would wear to a fishing trip unless something fishy was going on. So the person filming hid himself as he watched the men walk into the shallow part of the water to retrieve something. They caught it in the net and brought it to land. As they put the creature down, something curious happened. A long fishtail resembling that of a stereotypical mermaid fell down. Did these men just catch a mermaid? Looking at the color of its tail, I'm tempted to ask, what if the creature and things we saw in The Little Mermaid are not as unreal as we think they are? What if these creatures are actually out there and a danger to us? The woods seem to get more dangerous as the days go by, and even hiking alone has become a problem. I know you would be wondering why I'm saying that. To answer, let's take a look at this next clip. Out in the woods, a hiker found himself lost and trying to navigate his way back when he noticed something approaching. Assuming it was a panther, he decided to hide. However, as the creature drew nearer, it turned out to be something even more perplexing. The creature had a face that resembled a dog, a long snout and dark fur. What made it peculiar was its posture. It was standing on its hind legs. Lucky it seemed preoccupied and didn't notice the hiker just a few steps away. What type of creature could that be? Naturally, a dog, man, or a werewolf comes to mind. This fortunate hiker went out innocently for a walk, but for his keen observation skills, he would never have returned home. And that leaves us asking one simple question. Are we not safe hiking anymore? Gather round the campfire for another spine-tingling tale. As night falls, a camper finds themselves all set for a peaceful sleepover in the heart of the woods. The fire crackles, casting dancing shadows that add to the eerie ambience. But suddenly, this tranquil scene is shattered by an uninvited guest, a cryptic creature lurking in the shadows concealed behind a tree just a stone's throw from the campfire. The camper instinctively reaches for their camera, capturing the unfolding enigma. The creature reveals itself with its long and slender fingers, reminiscent of the iconic Edward Scissorhands. As if that wasn't unsettling enough, a single glowing eye pierces the darkness. Bathed in the warm light of the fire, the true nature of this being becomes clearer, its slender fingers and that piercing eye etching an indelible image in the camper's mind. The encounter is enough to send shivers down anyone's spine, and the camper's startled reaction mirrors what many of us would feel in such a situation. The video ends abruptly, leaving us with a haunting question. Would you have the nerve to stay and capture such a moment, or would your instinct to flee prevail? Fun fact: he throws fire at the creature before running. That convinces me this is real, or at least some good acting. What do you think? In a chilling turn of events, the residents of a certain house had their nerves rattled when they reviewed security footage from their property. The footage revealed an unsettling intruder lurking about the premises. Now, when you expect an intruder, you generally hope it's human. At least then you'd know what you're dealing with. But in this spine-tingling scenario, a security camera revealed a peculiar dog-like creature strolling around on its hind legs in the dead of night. So, is it a specter, a paranormal entity, or are our four-legged friends attempting some Toy Story-esque escapades while we're not looking? Nature's throwing us another curveball, and this time it's ants staging a weird forest dance. Imagine stumbling upon this oddity in the heart of the woods, a bunch of ants locked in a mysterious circle, all hustling around a peculiar white stone. Now, animals are like Mother Nature's early warning system, right? So when you spot ants behaving like they just discovered the insect version of a dance floor, it's bound to raise some eyebrows. They're all in this circular hustle, seemingly fixated on a white stone at the center, and there's the strange white fluid on the grass, adding an extra layer of intrigue. What's the deal, Mother Nature? Is this an ant rave or a secret insect council meeting? Are they summoning ant deities, or is it just an oddly organized ant picnic? Imagine buying a pet turtle and coming home one day to see it floating above your tiled floor. What on earth is this, and are animals now learning spells too? If you look closely around its legs, you may see what looks like rags holding them. But look again. Do you see it now? They look like mini humans swimming with it. Are these the beings responsible for the strange things that we are seeing? Or is the turtle their master, and they're simply there to do what it desires? It's hard to say, and we couldn't find anything of this sort in our paranormal books. Can anyone amongst you help us with any explanation? Now, what would you do if you saw this happening on the street below your apartment? If I were the one, I know I wouldn't be recording a TikTok, but you have to agree this is a rather curious development. What do you think could be going on here? Well, many who saw the clip felt there might be something wrong with the electric grid beneath the street, which is, well, getting intimate with the methane gas, if you know what I mean. While the suggested explanation is plausible, there could be other factors at play. What other factors, you ask? Well, the bad news is Julius isn't here with me right now, so I can't state them without making errors. The good news, however, is that there are some of you experts in this field, so I thought I'd ask you instead. Can someone explain what's going on? On a tranquil seashore, a man with his two dogs leisurely strolling along the sands. Suddenly, a surprise guest emerges, a swordfish making a rare appearance close to the shore.
Ooh, 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 ooh! Get the dogs out! Get the dogs away! Get the dog back! Get back, Charlotte! Charlotte! Get back, get back.
Now here's where the plot takes an unexpected turn. The swordfish exhibits peculiar behavior, swimming away from the shore only to circle back toward land. It's not typical for swordfish to come so close to the shore, and it's even more unusual for one to return just a few seconds after visiting.
The hell?
There could be various reasons behind this unusual behavior, and one possible explanation is that the swordfish might be disorientated or distressed, prompting it to approach the shore in search of assistance. Larger marine animals sometimes display odd behaviors when they're in distress or facing health issues. On occasion, they may approach humans or vessels, possibly hoping for help or relief from whatever is affecting them. That could be the case in this situation, or did this big guy just lose his way in the ocean? Humans have always demonstrated a remarkable ability to adapt to their surroundings, and camouflage has played a crucial role in various contexts, especially in military scenarios. In this intriguing footage, we witness the art of human camouflage in action. The clip showcases the utilization of a concealed compartment beneath the ground, allowing the individual to appear and disappear with remarkable speed. In the next clip, you can see some trees on a hill, and from the trees, a man walks out covered in leaves. From his dress, he's likely a soldier engaged in training or on the battlefield. You'd never have guessed that he was even there. The video captures the fascinating ways in which humans harness their creativity to overcome challenges. The idyllic setting of a sunny beach took an unexpected turn as a beachgoer stumbled upon the perplexing sight of a mysterious creature's carcass. However, the remains were severely crushed, rendering the identification of the creature a challenging puzzle. In the absence of clear features, speculation runs wild. The possibility of it being the remains of a dog that met an unfortunate fate at sea emerged as a plausible explanation. As we sift through the sands of speculation, the identity of our beachside enigma remains shrouded in the mysteries of the sea. What do you think of the whole thing? As always, please do share your thoughts with us. From the lens of a security camera, this strange object was spotted floating above the ground. While it resembles a balloon, there's an undeniable sense of sinister mystery surrounding its shape and presence. After a while, a man passing by comes face to face with this inexplicable entity and stops right there with shock or perhaps fear. If it's a balloon and not something to worry about, why would he have such a reaction? Unfortunately, we don't know who he is and we can't follow up to ask what he saw, but what's your take on this surreal encounter? Could it be another worldly entity manifesting in an inexplicable form, or could it be a cleverly crafted prank designed to stir up intrigue and speculation? Share your thoughts.
This is the world we live in now.
Have you seen the Apple Vision going around? I mean, it's such a cool invention, but then it's becoming too much. This man is playing basketball with the device on and he seems to be arguing with the air. He seems pretty aggressive just by himself, standing up to someone who isn't even there. Looks like we're losing touch with reality. What are your thoughts on getting an Apple Vision? Do you find yourself embracing the blend of technology and reality, or are you a tad cautious about potential consequences?
Game time, you crash, bro. That's
crazy.
game.
Hey, homie.
That's game, fam.
Hey, my man.
Game.
Hey, my man. Who won? Who won, man?
Me.
The era of AI has brought numerous possibilities, yet it also sparks contemplation about the fine line between the virtual and the real. What's your stance on this advancing tech frontier? In the animal kingdom, it's an eat or be eaten rule among carnivores. However, when it comes to a family of animals against one predator, they never leave a home behind. In this footage, we can see a lion lunging at a hyena. The hyena tries to get away, but the king of the jungle is not ready to let a disrespectful subordinate get away, so it keeps jaws locked on the neck of the poor guy. Meanwhile, there's an audience of hyenas standing by, but keeping a safe distance for fear of their lives. However, they noticed that their friend would not survive, so they decided to help. They start to gather around the lion, clawing and biting at it. As they got more aggressive, the lion lets go of the hyena in its mouth to fight back the rest. But seeing that there were many and this was an unfair fight, it decided to give up. I have a feeling that the poor hyena won't survive for much longer. Nature is indeed brutal. But long live the king. Nature can be very unpredictable. In a captivating piece of footage, the ordinary, tranquil setting of a river becomes a stage for a mysterious spectacle. As the camera captures the scene, the riverbed beneath the water's surface rises. The water, usually a placid mirror reflecting the sky, gives way to a hidden force sculpting the riverbed into an otherworldly display. Why did the ground under the river suddenly rise? Could it be because of movements deep in the earth, like a hidden dance of rocks and forces, or is there an invisible and otherworldly being shaping the landscape as it pleases? Share your thoughts in the comment section. This African YouTuber is known for posting videos of himself running through the lush wilderness. In this particular video, as he dashes through the bushes, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. A strange humanoid creature, pale with large black eyes, emerges from the forest, giving chase to the running YouTuber. Whether it's luck, speed, or both, the guy's running skills become his saving grace as he successfully outpaces this peculiar pursuer, escaping unharmed. The video leaves viewers with a lingering sense of the unknown and a flurry of questions about the nature of this mysterious forest entity. What's your take on this bush-bound encounter? A real encounter with the unexplained, or perhaps a well-crafted piece of digital mystique? I know you're waiting for the next clip, but my new friend Bigfoot asked me to ask you if you liked and subscribed. If you haven't, please do so now. Next, we take a look at the starry skies of Mexico.
En una noche sin nubes, de hoy 2 de marzo de 2024, solamente esta mancha de nube y tal vez una estrella a la derecha serían la referencia.
This recent and captivating encounter shows something rather strange flying through the night sky. The unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP, takes on the shape of a fish with a luminous tail. It kind of looks like a blip, but there seems to be more to it. It's definitely not like any craft we have ever seen, and it has this strange feel to it. Aaron believes we may be looking at aliens, and I can see where he's coming from. However, Julius thinks this might be a hoax as the footage is too blurry. While I understand Julius, I doubt any random person in Mexico will have a 4K camera waiting for something like this to film. There's certainly gotta be an iota of truth in the alien theory somewhere. What do you guys think?
Un cielo totalmente despejado.
Kangaroos are such bullies in wildlife. They will just grab onto anything that comes toward them. Take a look at the situation here. A man went out with his 3 dogs when he realized one was missing. He went searching for it when he spotted it in the river under the tight grip of a kangaroo. He held onto the dog's neck so tightly in the water that the dog was getting out of breath. Luckily, the owner came right on time to rescue his pet, but not after his phone got smacked into the water and the kangaroo attempted to attack him as well. But he did come out safely with all 3 dogs, except for one panting for breath, and the owner ended up with a few scratches from the kangaroo's claws. What a man thought would be some quality bonding time with his son ended with them running out of the woods in terror. This man had gone walking with his little boy in the woods. As they had settled in an area just enjoying nature, the man heard some footsteps behind him, so he took out his camera and started looking around. That is when he caught a glimpse of a dark figure feet away from them. The man didn't see what it was, but something in him just told him to get the hell out of there. Without wasting time, he told his son to start running while he followed behind. They ran for a while and came to a stop. When he looked back, he saw that the dark figure was still after them, but luckily they had put a safe distance between them and it. To this day, no one knows what was there, but the man's instincts proved that whatever it was not safe to be around it. It looks like we're taking fashion to another new level. These men just made a bag out of literally nothing. Yes, nothing. They crafted the bag from an extraordinary material known as aerogel, a substance predominantly used by NASA in their satellites to capture stardust.
The bag is made of 99% of air. They also call it nothing because it's antimaterial, and 1% of glass to hold the shape.
But here's the interesting part. This substance is mostly made of air, meaning that 99% of the bag is air with a tiny bit of glass added to give it shape and substance. And the result is this odd-looking yet interesting bag that looks futuristic. This bag has become a symbol of cutting-edge design and technology, impressing both fashion lovers and inventors. Imagine carrying a bag made from the same stuff that used to catch stardust in space. You might want to hold on to your thoughts on technological advancement because we've got a glimpse into the future of airport check-ins with this next clip that's both awe-inspiring and very questionable.
Doing all biometrics now. Check it out. Welcome to 1984.
You're in the exit row with Roberto. Willing and able to assist? Thank you.
On the blue dot.
Folks, have your passports out this time. Passports out, please. Come on up.
Thank you, Nicholas.
A man recorded this video in the Houston airport revealing what, according to him, might be the future of airport check-ins. The new system relies on biometrics, where you stand in a designated spot, and the screen scans your face, eliminating the need for traditional boarding passes. The rapid integration of biometrics in airport procedures is a good thing, but that means the tech is making bolder steps into our daily lives. Soon AI will be able to read a human inside and out and track our every move. How does that make you feel? Is it a good move into the future or the beginning of our doom? This diver just looked at death in the face, and I mean literally. She had strapped on her diving suit and was a second away from jumping into the sea when she spotted a huge creature emerging from the water. She backed down and moved backwards, only to see a huge shark with its mouth wide open waiting for her to jump right in. Thankfully, quick thinking and a sixth sense saved her from going on an involuntary shark date. It's like a real-life thriller, a diver who dodged Jaws. Note to self, sometimes it's okay to bail on that daring dive if your gut says, no, well, yeah, maybe not today. Our next footage is one of the reasons why we shouldn't mess around in the woods. This video was taken by an adventurer who went into the woods at night. I don't know about the reason why he did this, but I'm sure he's never going near the forest for a while. As he was roaming, he caught sight of this hideous creature in the woods. The creature had strange burnt-like skin. Its fingers were clawed and its ears were pointed. I don't know, but if you ask me, it looks like some sort of demonic dwarf. Naturally, our adventurer who saw this creature did not waste any more time there. He left as fast as his tired legs would allow him. I mean, who knows what else was roaming the woods, and who knows what their response to his presence could be. Either way, does any of you know with certainty what this is, or do I need to hit the paranormal books? Do you believe in exorcists? No? Well, take a look at this footage. A priest stands before a woman holding out a cross when he begins to pray for her. However, within moments, the atmosphere takes a chilling turn. The woman, seemingly possessed, rises and advances towards the priest. Efforts to restrain her prove futile, requiring the intervention of two men to hold her down while the priest continues his spiritual work. As the woman mutters strange words, an unsettling element creeps in. The gibberish spoken in a deeper tone, accompanied by an intense stare directed at the priest. Do you think this is real? Do you think it's a genuine case of otherworldly possession, or is it simply a staged performance? Kindly share your thoughts and experiences, if any, in the comments section. The talks of alien existence did not start recently. No, it's believed to have been going on for millennia. This footage is said to have been taken back in 1995 in Puerto Rico. Just look at this creature. Doesn't it give you an alien vibe? The creature is crouched on the ground with thick spikes in a long line from the top of its head to its spine. Its legs are bent and don't look like anything human. All who have seen it in the paranormal community think it's an alien, but there is also a significant number of individuals who think it's a hoax. Now, this footage, though it has been out for a long time, experts have not been able to confirm if it's real or fake. So what do you think?
And
this man was staying over at his friend's house when they began to hear noises from the backyard late at night. The property they were in was close to the woods with only a wired fence separating the backyard from the forest. As he went there to check it out, thinking it could be some sort of animal, he found nothing. Still, in the middle of inspecting the place, he heard the scream again.
And it was standing, we think, right in this where I'm standing right now. And my friend's inside right now. But I'm getting this footage. And did you just fucking hear that? That was fucking it. Oh.
But he was not sure what it could be. So he ran back inside the house for safety. He soon found out that he was not the only one who had heard it, and all the others who had heard it had different explanations for them. Some said it was a mountain lion, others said it was a fox, while the paranormal community believed it was a skinwalker. Personally, I believe it could be any of these, and I also think it being a skinwalker would be a cool touch, but that might just be me avoiding the facts and stepping into my world of fantasy. What do you personally think of the mysterious Night Symphony?
And
Asian hornets, scientifically known as Vespa velutina, are a species of hornets native to Southeast Asia. They're quite troublesome in the ecosystem, and there are times when there is a need to take action against them. In this footage, we can see a man in protective gear baiting the hornets with meat. These creatures are carnivores. They feed on bees and other insects and may also consume other sources of protein when available, as you can see in the footage. One of the men ties a white plastic bag on a hornet and leaves it to fly to its hive. Then they track it by following it. The white plastic makes it easy to track. When the man gets there, they dig out the hive and collect all the workers into a container, then go ahead to destroy their eggs, larvae, and queen. This is done to manage the population of invasive Asian hornets, which pose threats to local ecosystems and honeybee colonies. Scary, huh? Next, we have a clip from a woman who captured footage of some levitating in the darkness. Take a look.
God, that's a fucking person. Dude, flash the light!
A few seconds in, and you can already tell that the scene is wrapped in mystery as a dark figure hovers in the air. The woman filming, seemingly bewildered, challenges the floating figure to turn on a light if it is human. As the video unfolds, the floating figure complies and flashes a light. What in the world is going on here? Are we looking at a person with superhuman abilities defying the laws of physics, or could it be someone using some kind of floating device? Well, we can't definitely answer, but what's your take on the nature of this mysterious airborne encounter? A hiker taking a break in the peaceful woods suddenly notices a figure emerging from the forest depths. The creature, covered in dark fur, moves gracefully toward where the hiker is heading. Despite feeling a mix of awe and nervousness, the hiker zooms in on the distant figure, capturing the moment with a blend of excitement and disbelief. The creature, tall and covered in dark fur, grabs the hiker's interest as it nears the spring for a drink of water. Its imposing height, estimated at 8 to 9 feet, brings to mind the legendary Sasquatch. Aaron thinks this is the real deal, and I can see why, but Julius thinks otherwise. What do you think? The mysterious behavior of clouds in the sky as captured in this footage adds another layer of intrigue to the unexplainable phenomena we often encounter. Unlike typical cloud formations, this patch of clouds exhibits unusual movement and shape-shifting, deviating from the norm typically associated with clouds. In trying to understand this phenomenon, one might consider various factors such as atmospheric conditions, wind patterns, or even the possibility of an unconventional cloud formation. However, without more context or scientific analysis, we're left to our imaginations and speculation. Do you have any explanation? Share it with us in the comments section. Before we move on in the next video, just another reminder, if you still haven't liked, commented, or subscribed to the channel yet, please do so now. I wouldn't want to send a Bigfoot after you. And don't forget to share with your friends and family as well. Thank you very much. Next, let's take a look at what I like to consider one of nature's show-offs. In broad daylight, this strange thing happened. There was water pouring from the sky at just a small part of the street, and when pedestrians looked up to check who or what could have been pouring the water at that specific spot, they realized it was from the sky. It was just rain. This was an interesting occurrence by all standards. Sometimes during a rain shower, clouds might be unevenly spread, causing rain to fall in one area while leaving another dry. This can happen because of the way clouds form and move, leading to localized rain in certain spots, even in broad daylight. While what I just described is an occurrence we have seen several times, this particular one is just new and quite frankly, a bit scary. Do you think the footage is real, or could there be some digital manipulation ongoing? Share your thoughts in the comments section as always. In a calm pond, someone sees a strange creature swimming below him. Take a look. The footage isn't the clearest out there, but from the clip we can tell they try to get a closer look. But whatever it is notices them and quickly swims away, leaving ripples in the water. But here's the interesting part. The creature looks like a turtle, but it moves faster than expected. Could it be a new kind of animal that scientists haven't discovered yet? As people wonder, they notice something else. The creature seems to be eating another animal from the pond. This adds even more mystery to the encounter. What could this unknown predator be hunting under the water? What do you think? Take a look at this. This farm is breeding these strange-looking creatures. Just look at their long necks. Some say that they're soft-necked shell turtles, but look at them closely. These creatures look nothing like the turtles we're used to seeing in mainstream media. A turtle owner shared that they have been raising a turtle since it was small as their thumb, and these creatures look nothing like it did while it was small. So what could they be? Some sort of hybrid creature? Any turtle lover or expert there to shed some light? Now, what do we have here? Some possessed insect? Well, that's what I thought when I saw it, but turns out this creature is what we call a wasp-mantid fly. Just imagine a wasp and a praying mantis deciding to have a bizarre love child. That's the wasp-mantid fly for you. It's got the sleek, slender body of a wasp, but those front legs, pure mantis vibes. It looks like the insect world decided to experiment with genetic fusion just to keep things interesting. But here's where it gets even more fascinating. This critter is a bit of a predator with the taste for small insects and larvae. When it's mealtime, it goes all ninja with those mantis-like legs, snatching up its prey with precision. But wait, there's more. The wasp mantid fly has a neat trick up its sleeve. It's able to mimic the appearance of wasps, rocking the yellow and black colors to confuse both predators and unsuspecting prey. Let's just say that if you lived in the insect world, this would be the last creature you would want to encounter. Is nature now playing magic tricks on us? A man was driving by a field when he noticed something strange. As he looked through his window, he saw a brush burning, so he parked to check it out. But that's where things get odd. When he looked out this time, the fire was gone. When he went back into the car and looked out through his glass window, he noticed the fire. But when he tried to use his naked eyes, there was simply nothing there. I mean, how is this even possible? The thing is, well, we don't know, but even David Blaine could never stop or explain this strange phenomenon. Here we have another strange creature that was captured on cam, but this time it was not in the sky, but the Earth's waters. The strange creature was captured from a distance in the ocean. The creature appears to jump and dive into the water as it moves. As the footage gets closer, a four-legged creature comes into view. It has shorter front legs and a long tail, and doesn't quite look like the usual fishy thing. What could this creature be? A new sea animal? An unknown resident of the deep, or maybe something completely different. Some skeptics seem to believe that this is fake footage. Julius, our resident genius and scientist, however, thinks it's real. He thinks it's actually a bird caught in fishing gear. When you take a second look, you realize he may be right. I personally do think he's right. What about you? In the summer of 2017, Mandy Tritchell stumbled upon some peculiar bugs crawling around her house. These tiny intruders had a surprising resemblance to blackberries. If that doesn't intrigue you, I don't know what would. Once this hit the internet, lots of theories came up, including some where individuals believed this was of alien origin. Thanks to the sharp observations of an entomologist at Texas Invasives, the mystery surrounding these bugs is unraveled. This entomologist identified them as members of the Scutellaridae family, commonly known as shield bugs. While it's disappointing that they aren't aliens, it's great to know we have such nice creatures on the planet. An orb from the sky begins to descend toward the direction of the raccoon. When you look carefully, you'll notice that even the raccoon stops to look at the orb before scurrying into the darkness. What could this luminous orb signify? Was it a mere firefly flickering in the night, an unidentified flying object weaving through the cosmic expanse, or perhaps something beyond the grasp of our understanding? Imagine getting a foot massage from a masseuse named Nibbles. Well, now imagine this masseuse also being a gator that can easily bite your toes off or at least take a chunk out of your foot. That's the exact situation with this man and his bizarre choice for a masseuse. Am I the only one who finds the whole thing crazy, or do you guys think it's cool? Whatever you guys think, I believe this man is one of the luckiest ones alive to be playing with a very dangerous animal and getting away with it. Whatever you do, don't ever attempt this at home. You hear me? Keep your limbs safe. Thank you. If you've made it this far, could you please hit the like button, subscribe, and even drop a comment if you haven't already? It goes a long way to make it possible to create more videos for you. Thank you for doing so. Moving back to the day's episode. That's not a tornado. Nope, not at all. Would you believe me if I told you that what you're seeing is more or less a whirlwind of mosquitoes somehow darkening the sky with their movement? Sounds crazy, huh? According to Julius, however, this isn't impossible, and looking at the sheer magnitude of the swarm, it's definitely something to be worried about. This was taken not far from the Mother River and begs an intervention from the government. This apparently happened because the Mother River's water level was rising, and the river had become a breeding ground for the mosquitoes. Somehow, that led to what you're seeing on the screen. You don't need to be a health professional to know it creates a higher risk of disease like malaria and dengue. Despite the panic and apprehension, a sight of thousands, no, millions of mosquitoes is an insight into nature and how powerful it is, don't you think? Kindly hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Doing so lets you stay updated and allows us to create more videos like this for you. Thank you for doing so. Now let's continue with the day's episode. In Turkey, a group of men captured this unusual sight in the heavens, a jellyfish-like unidentified aerial phenomenon gracefully navigating the sky. As the name goes, this, unlike the flying saucers that we're used to seeing, is shaped like jellyfish. It's believed to be alien-related, not quite sure if they're crafts or are actual creatures that float in our atmosphere, but there have been various sightings of them all over the world. Julius thinks a jellyfish UAP is too much of a stretch, and thinks perhaps they could be some sort of advanced tech or drone if it's real. Yeah, that's right, folks. Julius thinks this might be a hoax, and for the first time, Heron actually agrees with him. But what do you think?
I don't know. It's like something... I don't... You gotta watch this video.
This footage was taken at night and shows a mysterious golden light in the sky that keeps flickering. The light seems to enlarge and then become smaller, repeating this process throughout the entire video. As the camera focuses on the light, it becomes clear that its behavior is unusual. It doesn't move like a plane or a helicopter, and the flickering pattern is too irregular to be a star or a planet. The way it changes size also adds to the intrigue, making it appear as though it's pulsing or breathing. So what could this be? Some people insist it's a UFO, given its strange and unpredictable behavior. The changing size and flickering could be seen as evidence of an extraterrestrial craft, perhaps using technology that we don't understand. Before you call it fake, some in the comments section of the original post believe they have seen it too.
Oh, whoa.
What the fuck is that?
This footage was taken by an observer in the dark of the night. A strange-looking object with lights on, it was spotted in the sky. The object itself is not visible, only the lights on it can be seen, making it difficult to determine exactly what it is. The lights appear to be arranged in a pattern that suggests a structured form, but the darkness obscures any definitive shape or details. Some people believe it's a UFO, pointing to the unusual formation and behavior of the lights as evidence of something otherworldly. Skeptics, however, think it might be a blue beam projection, a technology purported to create realistic holograms in the sky. What are your thoughts?
What the fuck is that?
Take a look at this footage. It was taken for a telescope. Someone was observing the moon when they saw this. It's a craft that was flying across the surface of the moon, and it appears to have been moving pretty fast. With technology getting better, regular people with telescopes and cameras can now see amazing things happening in space. Before, only big observatories could do this, but now anyone can join in, opening up a whole new era of space discovery. There are, however, some who think that seeing so much might push us to learn more about the universe. Others think it might lead to the birth of new conspiracies and inaccuracies. What do you think? The recent Chile fires were a tragic incident that left everyone disturbed and talking. However, during a live news report on the devastating incident, something unusual caught the eye of the one who sent in this clip. There's a mysterious silhouette moving through the flames. This strange being is definitely not human size and seems to be matching the nearby trees in height. A little digging around and reports from the nearby villages state that there was a giant bipedal figure moving through the fires and, get this, it was also waving its hands in the air whilst facing the inferno like in the footage. Some speculated it could be a human, but at the time when the fires were dangerously spreading, there were no humans around, which makes the hypothesis very unlikely. So what could this entity be? Are we looking at a forest creature disturbed by the approaching fires, or perhaps something more out of this world? Share your thoughts in the comments section. If you were impressed by the robot waitresses from a few videos ago, then this will blow your mind. In the video, you can see the robot skillfully handling the tasks from chopping with remarkable precision and efficiency. It's fascinating to watch as it seamlessly moves like a professional chef. However, some people don't believe that this is real. They argue that the video might be staged or enhanced with special effects. To me, even if this special instance isn't real, I think we're not too far from it becoming a reality with all the technological advancements happening around us. What say you?
What the?
A man kayaking came across something unusual in the ocean. It was a long, strange-looking creature in the water. Curious, he used his paddle to lift part of it up and take a closer look. At first, I thought it might be some sort of eel-like creature, but it was something entirely different. The creature looked like a cluster of transparent organisms all connected. Intrigued, I did some research and discovered that it was real and actually had a name. Yeah, you heard that right. It's a sulp chain. Despite looking at this single organism, sulp chains are actually composed of many individual animals called sulps that join together to form a long, connected colony. Each sulp is genetically identical and contributes to the overall function of the chain. These individuals have specialized roles, primarily focused on feeding and propulsion. By coordinating their movements, the sulps efficiently propel the chain through the water. This particular sulp chain was mesmerizing in its appearance. Its transparent, barrel-shaped bodies allowed light to pass through, creating a shimmering effect as they moved. The individual sulps were arranged in a rhythmic, linear formation, drifting gracefully in the ocean currents and working in perfect harmony to navigate the vast open waters. Speaking of hoaxes, it's becoming increasingly easy to generate images and footage that looks very realistic but are too absurd to be true. Take a look at this next one, for instance. Someone was allegedly recording a clip on a night out when this happened. A strange-looking creature came from behind and ran away toward the rails. This bizarre creature looked like the lower torso of a deer running on two legs. This isn't the first time we've seen such baffling footage. With advances in technology, it's becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish between what's real and what's fabricated. Remember the infamous Bigfoot video or the countless UFO sightings that turned out to be drones or clever camera work? The internet is full of these strange and often creepy videos, leaving us questioning the nature of reality. While some people immediately call out these clips as hoaxes, others believe there might be some truth hidden behind the eerie visuals. Looking at this, I didn't need Julius or Aaron to confirm or disprove anything. I concluded it was a hoax, but you guys tell me what you think. Imagine you're out there doing your job when something suddenly squeals, startling you. You pause to find out what it is, and it's this guy. Quick question, what exactly is that? Well, I don't know. It doesn't look like any land animals we know, and try as I may, it didn't come up in the numerous searches I did, which is odd since it was basically hiding in the soil. I thought of it being a mole, but I don't know. Anyway, can you guys help? Is this a real animal in our world, or should I start looking to extraterrestrial origins for an explanation? Imagine driving and seeing everyone stopping and coming out of their cars with their phones in their hands. You try to see what they are so intrigued by, and then you see this.
Ni idea. A mí no se mueve de ahí.
That's definitely not a Boeing, fighter jet, or any other type of plane we're used to. It definitely has to be of alien origin. I mean, it has that vibe, and people wouldn't be out of their cars recording an ordinary plane, unless, of course, the clip is doctored. Aaron doesn't think so, and Julius refused to comment because he thought we were just being ridiculous. Well, you've seen the clip. What do you think's going on here?
Ni idea. A mí no se mueve de ahí.
Olha, bicho, que é isso, mano? Cuidado, Judá. Cuidado, mano. Que é isso, mano?
Mano, não tem nada.
Caralho, mano. Que é isso, bicho? Caralho, mano. Mano, que é isso, bicho? Caralho, mano. Bora, mano.
Late one night, police in a quiet area were called by residents about banging sounds coming from a building. Concerned, they suited up, grabbed their guns, and went to check it out. As you can see in the footage, it's pretty late. When they arrived, the banging noise was still ongoing, echoing through their empty street. It was coming from a door that was repeatedly opening and closing. One of the officers cautiously approached the door, stepping through first while the rest followed. The person filming also entered and turned back to see if there was someone behind the door causing the banging, but there was no one. The wind wasn't blowing, and the door was wooden and heavy. As they stood there, the door continued its eerie motion, creaking and banging without any visible force acting on it. The officers checked the surroundings looking for any sign of tampering or natural causes, but everything seemed normal. After a while, things got really weird, and that spooks the officers. As they hurriedly tried to get out of the place, one of them's body cam captures something rather eerie and disturbing. We only see a face, but not what it is. Could this being have been behind the whole thing, or are we just reading more meaning into things than we should? I'll leave that up to you to decide.
Vai, mano, vai, mano. Vai, mano.
Imagine going to a restaurant to have a meal and the fresh meat served to you starts moving and falls on the ground like this. It's like a scene straight out of a horror movie, making you question what exactly is on your plate. Some say it could be muscle memory causing the movement, where residual nerve activity in the meat causes it to twitch, but that doesn't make it any less creepy. Others state that it's a sign that the meat is exceptionally fresh, and while that sounds nice, it's not exactly comforting when the meat is wriggling on your plate. What do you think, though? Would you have gone ahead to cook the meat? Also, are there any of you with a similar experience? Let us know how you handled it in the comments section. We're genuinely curious. What do you see? I'm not the only one who finds it hard to subscribe, right? Initially, I thought I was looking at a camel when the clip started, but as the clip progressed and the one filming got closer, I realized that the creature was too small and maybe docile to be a camel. I then waited for whatever it was to open its eyes, but after a few seconds, I realized that the part of the head I thought the eyes would be had nothing there. In fact, it looks like the eyes and face would be around the area I expected the nose to be. Do you see it, or am I losing it? Anyway, after watching the clip multiple times and staring for minutes, I'm unable to make out what the creature is. Perhaps I've looked at so many paranormal clips that I struggle with the normal now. Can you guys help? If this is an obvious one, please be kind to me in the comments section below because I can't make it out. If it's not something usual, then what do you guys think we're dealing with here? I'll be reading the comments.
มาฝั่งนี้สิลูกมือหลวงพ่อใหญ่จะได้ถูก
This man lived to the age of 109 and passed away in 2022. He was known as Luang Fo Yai, a revered monk. In his old age, he was bedridden, as you can see in the footage, with his frail body and the outline of his bones visible beneath his skin. Despite his physical condition, he seemed remarkably lively, interacting warmly with his grandchildren and great-grandchildren who were running around his bed. Luang Fo Yai's life and legacy as a monk are profound. Even in his advanced age, bedridden and fragile, his spirit remained vibrant. This video captures a touching scene of a man who, despite his weakened state, is full of life and joy, especially in the presence of his family. Do tell me something though. Would you want to live this long? What's going on with the weather? As of July 24th, 4 major disasters were hitting different parts of the world at the same time, showing just how serious things have become. In the USA, Oregon is grappling with severe wildfires, which have been exacerbated by prolonged drought and high temperatures. These fires are consuming vast areas of land, destroying homes and causing evacuations. In Italy, severe hailstorms have struck, causing significant damage. These hailstorms are not only a hazard to people and property, but also affecting agriculture, with crops being damaged or destroyed. India is experiencing severe floods, particularly in regions that have been hit by relentless monsoon rains. These floods have caused rivers to overflow, leading to widespread inundation of towns and villages. In Kenya, heavy rains and strong winds have resulted in severe flooding. The torrential rains have overwhelmed drainage systems, leading to waterlogging and destruction of homes and roads. The high winds have compounded the situation, causing additional damage and making the conditions more hazardous. These simultaneous weather-related catastrophes underscore the increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events globally. Climate change is playing a significant role in these events, as rising global temperatures contribute to more severe and unpredictable weather patterns. What's a classified captures episode without a little mystery solving? Yup, that's right. Up next is our bonus segment. Can you guys identify what's on your screen? Remember, I'm not just looking for a name. I would want you to add a genuine fact. I'll be picking the earliest answer with the most interesting fact. May the fastest human, cryptid, or alien win. And yes, we know you non-humans watching our channel as well. We've got our eyes on you. But seriously, all the best. I love reading your comments. Animals are believed to be much more sensitive when compared to humans. Some believe that animals exhibit strange behaviors when they sense danger or something alarming. In this footage, someone noticed something strange with a school of fish. The red fish were all moving in a spiral pattern in the water. They were evenly spaced and moved at a hauntingly slow pace. Fish often display such coordinated movements when they feel threatened. This spiral pattern could be a defense mechanism, an attempt to confuse predators, or a response to environmental changes. Some believe it could also be related to shifts in water conditions or even an impending natural event. What do you think is causing this eerie fish behavior? Could it be a sign of something bigger happening underwater, or is it just another fascinating aspect of animal behavior?
Here's the biggest thing I've got. This is from an 18-foot person, estimated. Big toe bone, there it is.
That is this part?
Yeah, your very end big toe bone. It's been x-rayed, and this person had broke their toe bone, and then it healed up.
Now, this video was taken at a facility or perhaps a different kind of place, I'm not entirely sure. But what's certain is that these people have safely kept skeletal remains they believe to belong to giants. The first specimen they show is the big toe bone of what they estimate to be a 19-foot tall person. Just look at that. It's enormous, giving us a glimpse of the sheer size of these supposed giants. The scale of this bone is astonishing. Next, they display the bones of a little finger. The woman in the video explains that they visited a village in Turkey believed to be the burial site of Noah's wife. Noah, for those unfamiliar, is the biblical character known for building an ark to survive the great floods, a story well known among the Christians. In the grave, they retrieved 3 sets of bones, and upon review by experts, it was determined that these bones assembled to form a small finger. Look at how large this finger bone is. It's even longer than the woman's entire palm. This discovery raises fascinating questions about our history and the stories passed down through generations. If these bones indeed belong to giants, they could provide physical evidence supporting ancient texts and myths that speak of such beings.
A human finger with a touch of arthritis. And this is the finger. This is this part of the finger. See, it's this, and this.
I really need your help with this one. I was cooking some spinach, and one of the leaves just started inflating, and I'm not sure if that's supposed to happen. It kind of looks like plastic. Can somebody tell me what that is?
What is going on with our food? There are several clips of people finding odd-looking items that they bought. Here we have a clip of a man who was cooking spinach when this happened. The vegetable began to swell. This is not normal spinach behavior. In another incident, someone bought an avocado, and when it was sliced, this is what they found. The avocado was plastic. The person even twisted the slice, and still it had this plastic look. It did not smash, but twisted like plastic. Here we have another one. A woman bought chicken breast from the store, and while she was preparing one piece, she noticed shards of glass in the chicken. Another person bought cheese, and this is what happened. Instead of the cheese melting onto the fire, it became harder. What is all this? The food manufacturing companies, what is going on with their products? From rubber fruits and vegetables to glass in the chicken, these incidents raise serious concerns about food safety and the integrity of our food supply.
One of the leaves just started inflating, and I'm not sure if that's supposed to happen. It kind of looks like plastic. Can somebody tell me what that is?
A horse breeder went to the stables one morning and stumbled upon a surprising sight. The horse was standing on its hind legs with its front limbs on the wall in front of it. Now that's unusual horse behavior. Not knowing what it meant and not wanting to ask Julius, I went through the comments from the original post, and most people suggested that the horse was trying to break free from the stable. It seemed tired of the confinement, possibly feeling trapped or stressed in its environment. Others offered a different perspective, saying it was just stretching. Horses sometimes engage in behaviors that might look strange to us, but are quite normal for them. Stretching could be a way for a horse to relieve muscle tension or simply a playful act. Another possibility is that the horse is displaying signs of boredom or frustration. Horses, like many animals, need mental and physical stimulation. If they're confined for too long without enough exercise or interaction, they might resort to unusual behaviors. But what do you think this could be? Could it be a sign of distress, curiosity, or just a simple stretch? There's also the possibility of wanting to mate, but that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? My money is definitely on a prison break. A man wandering through the woods encountered something that left him both startled and intrigued. Ahead of him, a small creature was crawling uphill. At first, it walked on two legs with a humanoid gait, but soon dropped to all fours and quickly vanished from sight. The creature's appearance and behavior have sparked a whirlwind of questions. It bore a striking resemblance to the goblins of folklore, small, humanoid, and elusive. The way it moved, with a blend of agility and stealth, the creature looks like a goblin. Goblins are often depicted as mischievous and elusive, dwelling in hidden places and rarely seen by humans. The sudden appearance and quick disappearance of this elusive creature align with such folklore. Now the big question is this really real, or is someone just messing with us using CGI? I'll let you guys decide that.
El que habita la brisa.
Now, speaking of possession, this strange-looking girl is said to be possessed. She's been in this state for months, and despite the efforts of numerous priests and spiritual healers, no one has been able to help her. Her appearance has drastically changed over this period. Her face has taken on an eerie, almost inhuman look. Her teeth have transformed, looking sharp and unnatural. Her eyes have a glossy, otherworldly sheen, adding to her unsettling appearance. What's even more disturbing is her behavior. She frequently screams out, seemingly in pain or terror, sending chills down the spines of those who hear her. These outbursts are unpredictable and add to the fear surrounding her condition. Her family and friends are desperate, having tried everything they can think of to help her. They've turned to every possible source, from traditional religious rituals to modern medical treatments, but nothing seems to work. In the clip, for instance, there's a man apparently praying for her and trying to cast out the demon, or whatever it is that's haunting her. The more the man tries and tries, the more she shouts, "Shut up!" In the end, it doesn't really work, and the community is left in a state of fear and confusion, unsure of what to do next. Some people believe she is genuinely possessed by a demonic entity, pointing to her unhuman features and terrifying behavior as evidence. Skeptics, on the other hand, suggest that there might be a medical or psychological explanation for her condition. What say you?
El que habita la brisa. El que habita.
It's not every day you run into someone doing what this lady is doing. I'm not sure if you guys can see, but that woman is actually eating raw fish. The person who sent this in thought she was eating a pigeon, but no, it's raw fish. Not that it makes it any better. With the internet being the internet, a number of individuals have come forward to state that there's absolutely nothing wrong with this. The big question, however, is that really true? This person, for instance, thinks it's no different from sushi, and many agreed with him. What do you think? Take a look at this footage and put yourself in this situation. You're running from someone and you come across a metal fence. In a desperate move, you jump over the wall by boosting yourself using the fence. Now your chaser is on the other side of the fence and you think you have the upper hand. So what do? You stand there, staring at your chaser from the other side, feeling a sense of relief and teasing him a little. But then all of a sudden, he simply opens the door on the fence and steps through. The fence wasn't locked at all. What would your next move be in this situation? Would you say it's best that dinosaurs no longer exist? Considering what we know about them, humans might not exist for long if these massive creatures came out of extinction. I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking when I came across this footage. In the video, we see a large creature lying lifeless on the ground. It has a huge tail, and as the camera gets closer, you realize that what we're looking at is a dragon. Take a look at the horns and the razor-sharp teeth in its slightly open mouth. What is puzzling is the presence of people in protective gear who are trying to touch the creature. Is this real footage of a mythical fire-breathing beast, or could it just be an elaborate art project or special effects? It's hard to say because I can't find any info on this anywhere, but let's hear your thoughts.
В воде просто трындец. Куда вот это заехали? Твою мать, что за наклон? Не знаю, видно нет, эта фигня крутится. Ты вот это не снимаешь, как смерч сраный. Сейчас нас не пойдем.
Next, we've got this clip that was taken by some men at sea. They witnessed a strange transparent tube extending from the sky to the water's surface. Naturally, they were baffled by what they saw, and watching the clip, well, I was too. The tube, seemingly clear and shimmering, stretched down from the clouds, touching the ocean in a surreal and almost otherworldly display. No one can say for certain what this transparent tube is or what it could be doing. It's an enigmatic phenomenon that has left everyone scratching their heads. The footage has drawn a lot of attention, with various theories circulating online. One of the commenters on the original post stated, "There's a UFO above the clouds siphoning water out of the ocean through that vacuum tube you see here in the video." In this age of alien talk and increased interest in extraterrestrial phenomenon, well, who's to say this comment isn't right, but I have questions. Why would they need water from our planet? Well, perhaps it's for research. And when you think about it, the idea of a UFO using some advanced technology to draw water from the ocean is as plausible as any other explanation, given the lack of concrete evidence. What are your thoughts on this, though? Do you think that there could be a more mundane explanation, or does this footage hint at something beyond our current understanding?
А что, нормально так-то?
Next, we've got a clip that was taken off the coast of New Hampshire. Some fishing boats were out on the sea when something incredible happened. The footage shows a boat ahead, and suddenly a massive whale appears out of the water and slams into it. Just look at that. The impact is powerful, sending the boat sinking into the water almost instantly. It's a dramatic and dangerous scene, and luckily it doesn't look like anyone was seriously injured. Naturally, a collision with such a large marine animal should cause serious injury or worse, but looks like they were lucky this time. Whales are magnificent creatures, but they can also be unpredictable, especially when they breach the water's surface. This video serves as a reminder of the immense power of nature and the importance of caution when out at sea. The fishermen on the other boats must have been in shock witnessing such a rare and intense event. This kind of encounter is not only dangerous but also incredibly rare, making it a moment they'll likely never forget. Sometimes things aren't always what they seem to be. Take a look at this clip, for instance. The lights were off, but there was light coming in through the windows, and in the middle of the room, there appeared to be the silhouette of a head. You could clearly see the nose and lips, and it looked so real. However, as the person got closer, they realized it was just a stack of caps hanging there. It's amazing how our minds can be tricked by shadows and light, making us see things that aren't really there. This footage is a perfect example of how easily we can be deceived by our perceptions. Have you ever experienced an optical illusion like this? Share your stories in the comments section. While tales of paranormal and mystical creatures can send shivers down our spines, there's something in nature that could be even more terrifying and very real. Take a look at this close-up footage of a tsunami in action. Just look at that. It's a raw force of nature ready to devour and destroy anything in its path. Not only does it look capable of that, but it's just plain scary. Watching the clip made my stomach drop, and I can't imagine how it must have felt to be there. I'm not sure where this was recorded or when it was recorded or if it's even real, but this has to be the closest I've seen anyone to be to a tornado. For those unfamiliar with it, a tornado is a rapidly rotating column of air that extends from a thunderstorm to the ground, characterized by a funnel-shaped cloud. These intense atmospheric vortices can produce winds exceeding 300 miles per hour, causing severe damage to everything in their path. Tornadoes form under specific conditions, often involving a clash between warm, moist air and cool, dry air, leading to severe weather systems known as supercells. They are capable of immense destruction due to their powerful winds and unpredictable paths, and are most commonly observed in regions like the central United States, known as Tornado Alley. It's hard to see the rest of it given how close the camera and person recording is, but I just hope they escaped without serious injuries. Can anyone who has experienced any of this confirm if this is real or not? It would help a lot. Have you ever seen a swordfish attack a human? No? Well, our next clip will show you that their names aren't just for show. Enjoy. These men were out at sea catching some fish when something unexpected happened. One of them had hooked a fish and was reeling it in, but the fish began to jump wildly in and out of the water. Before they knew it, the fish was inside the boat, thrashing about furiously. The commotion was intense as the fish flailed around the deck. It was a close call because this fish had a pointed mouth and was quite sizable, which could have caused serious injury. One of the men lost his balance and nearly fell overboard, but fortunately he landed back in the boat. I know I mentioned a swordfish earlier, but this isn't one. Despite their similar appearance, this is actually a blue marlin. Blue marlins are renowned for their incredible strength and agility, making them quite a handful when caught. Their long, sharp bills can be dangerous, making encounters like this particularly risky. If you ask me, they're quite lucky to have escaped the encounter without anyone being fatally wounded. There's no doubt that the experience left them both exhilarated and shaken. Our next clip is one that has been circulating the internet for a while. It's said to have been taken by a man out in Antarctica. He was out there in the snow when he came across this mysterious cave. The inside of the cave looked like a spiral of black and white lines, creating a dizzying, almost hypnotic effect. But what could this cave be? One popular theory is that the cave might be an ancient structure possibly created by an advanced civilization or even extraterrestrial beings. There are some who also think it's the site of a secret government project and wonder why and how the man was able to get that close. For the longest time, people have believed that Antarctica is a place of many secrets. Perhaps this could be one of them. Unfortunately, the person behind the camera does not go inside to confirm the suspicion, so all we can do is only speculate. But what do you think is in there? Have you ever been fascinated by jellyfish? I know I have, but not as much as I was when I saw this clip. Beautiful, isn't it? I must confess that when I saw this, I was very sure that it was some AI or digital creation, but after a bit of research and a little scolding from Julius for jumping to conclusions without a lot of research, I believe I finally figured out what this is. Behold, the deep-sea firework jellyfish, also known as Halitryphis masi. For those like me who aren't familiar with it, the deep-sea firework jellyfish is a stunning marine creature that inhabits the abyssal depths of the ocean, often found at depths exceeding 4,000 feet. This elusive species was first discovered in the eastern Pacific Ocean and has since captivated scientists and deep-sea explorers alike with its bioluminescent display. The jellyfish's name derives from its remarkable ability to emit a vibrant array of lights resembling a fireworks show. Its translucent body, adorned with radiant, pulsating colors, can burst into an intricate display of blues, purples, and gold when disturbed or during certain movements. This spectacular light show is thought to play a role in both predator deterrence and attracting prey in the perpetual darkness of its deep-sea habitat. Its tendencies are used both for locomotion and for capturing food, which primarily consists of smaller planktonic organisms. I'm tempted to add more information, such as how the jellyfish's unique light-emitting capabilities are controlled by specialized cells called photocytes, but I think this is enough. Don't you agree? As if that wasn't strange enough, at least for me, we've got this clip too. The clip starts off by showing a living area, then we see the dog move ahead to inspect something. After a few seconds, it retreats, and we don't know why. However, if you pay attention to the clip, you noticed a shadow attempting to hit the dog where it stood. Seeing it, the dog retreats to avoid getting hit. That's definitely not normal, right? This had myself and the whole team wondering what could have taken a shadow form and attempted to hit the dog for no reason. Some members of the team thought it was a shadow creature, while others thought it had to be a spirit. We kept brainstorming and analyzing the clip, trying to nail down the definite cause of the dog's behavior. After an hour, Julius, our science whiz, walks in, looks at the clip, then says it's fake, and then goes out again. I chase after him to ask why, and he states that the shadow creature looks like a hand. Someone could have been standing off camera and creating the shadows to scare the dog. I must say I didn't like this explanation very much because it didn't make us look smart at all. I laughed at Julius and told him it was not possible, but came back to evaluate my life. Guys, take a look at the clip and let us know. Do you think Julius is right, or are we right to think there's an entity there? Standing by for your feedback. This footage was taken this year in Orlando, Florida. A man spotted this colorful, almost transparent diamond-shaped object in the sky. The sighting has sparked quite a debate. Some people are convinced that this is a UFO, an extraterrestrial craft visiting Earth. The object's unique shape, vibrant colors, and semi-transparent appearance are unlike anything typically seen in the skies, leading to many believe it must be of alien origin. On the other hand, skeptics argue that this could simply be a holographic projection. While advances in holographic technology create realistic three-dimensional images in the sky, it's becoming increasingly possible. Events and promotional stunts have utilized such technology, projecting detailed and eye-catching visuals to capture audiences. The unusual characteristics of the object, its transparency and the way it seems to shimmer and change color, could be indicative of a high-quality holographic display. There's also the possibility of Project Bluebeam being responsible, but then again, I could just be overthinking things. So what do you guys think is going on here? Do you believe you are a daredevil or know anyone who is? Would any of you be willing to try this? Yeah, that's a lady going up some stairs that are deserving of the title The Stairway to Heaven. Now, I can tell you where this is and why it's so, but thought we'd make this interactive. Which one of you knows where this clip is from and why the stairs there appear like this? If anyone gives an answer Julius approves, maybe, just maybe, you could have a merch with your name on it, assuming Aaron accepts as well. May the best man or woman win. The Loch Ness Monster is a subject of great debate, with some people believing it's real and others thinking it's just a case of mistaken identity. But which of these two camps holds the truth? Well, take a look at our next clip. A deep-sea diver was swimming with a camera, filming her. Right behind her, a huge creature comes swimming by. It was none other than the Loch Ness Monster. From the clip we see not one, but two of these creatures, and I must add that the clip does look convincingly real. Julius, however, begs to differ. He argues that the human behavior exhibited in the clip isn't very realistic. He notes that the humans in the clip didn't even react or act surprised when the creature appeared. That to him alone is a red flag. Even if the creature was not scary, there would have been a display of shock or surprise, since seeing something like that in the deep blue sea is bound to make anyone jumpy, no matter how experienced. I must say that his argument does make sense, but a part of me wants to believe this is real so bad that I'm willing to accept a third opinion that would side with me, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. So guys, what do you think? Real or not? Let me know in the comments section. If you thought that was weird, wait till you see this next one. Yep. They look like they belong to a dragon. Don't ask me how I know that, well, they just do. The question now is, what is such a creature doing in such a place? I was getting ready to do a full expose on how dragons may be hiding in our forests until I took a second look at the clip. Those hands look like they belong to something rather enormous and huge. If they do, then holding on to such a branch should have caused it to break, or at least sway due to its weight. But here's the case, the branch is barely affected. This brought me to a conclusion. Either that's a super branch or the clip is fake. Which do you think it is? This footage was taken on Christmas Island, and what you're looking at is not ants, but millions of crabs migrating from the water onto the island. These crabs are so small that they might look like spiders at first glance, but they're definitely crabs. Christmas Island is famous for this incredible natural phenomena. Each year, millions of red crabs make their way from the forest to the ocean to spawn. During this migration, the crabs cover the island, turning roads, beaches, and even people's yards into a sea of moving red. In the footage, you can see them swarming over every available surface. Despite their small size, their sheer numbers create an almost surreal scene. It's as if the ground itself is alive and moving. It's a fascinating and slightly eerie sight, as these tiny creatures seem to overwhelm everything in their path. The crabs are driven by a strong instinct to reproduce. They leave their burrows in the forest and head toward the sea to lay their eggs. This mass migration is triggered by the onset of the rainy season, which provides the moist conditions they need to survive the journey. There are allegedly many secrets in this world that we, the regular people, do not know and cannot understand. One intriguing example involves this man who took a €100 bill and put it under a microscope. First, he zoomed in on the image of the bridge. Just above the bridge, he noticed a tiny disc-shaped object that looked remarkably like a UFO. Intrigued, he continued to examine other parts of the bill. When he zoomed in on the purple-colored inscription of 100 in the corner of the bill, he saw something even more surprising: the head of an alien with large black eyes. As he explored further, he found strange vertical markings on another side of the note. These markings resembled the digital rain of numbers from the Matrix movie, with a line vertically crossing through them. These were just a few of the unusual details he discovered. While I don't know how credible these findings are, if these symbols and images are indeed present on the €100 note, it raises many questions. Why would such images be placed there? What purposes do they serve? Are they meant to convey a message to those in the know, or are they simply a form of artistic expression? Also, if you've gone on one of those bills at home, could you check if yours has the same features? Duendes are small humanoid creatures believed to be very mysterious, originating from Mexican cultures. Like every other paranormal creature, there are questions about whether they really exist or not. Take a look at this footage. A man was looking out for what he thought to be a rodent when out of nowhere something ran out from behind a wooden box and into a pipe laying on the ground. Take a good look at it again. Do you see that? It's very fast, so it's hard to tell its features. The only thing evident is that it's bipedal. So is this a duende or not? The speed and size of the creature make it difficult to identify clearly, leaving us to wonder about its true nature. What do you think of the whole thing, though? Share your thoughts. Do you know what's better than one bonus clip? 2 bonus clips. We've never done it before, but today we are. Can you tell us what this is? We've quizzed you before and no one had an answer. If we are able to get the right answer today, we've got something extra special for the one who discovers it. I'm going to keep a tight lip on the prize, but believe me when I say you would want this. Start your answer with the word special bonus. Tell us what exactly this is and give us one fact about it. All the best and good luck. Our eagle eyes will be watching. The next footage is said to be a real-life UFO. There was no context to it, but it looks very real. Take a look. There is this very large craft, disc-shaped. The disc shape is classic, reminiscent of many UFO sightings reported over the years. The lack of context makes it even more intriguing. Where was this filmed? Who captured it? Well, we don't have answers, but under the comments of the original post, someone had this to say. We're not exactly sure where he got this information from, but there can only be 2 things involved here. Either he's trolling us so bad, or he's actually onto something. Next up, we've got supposed alien footage from Long Island, New York. Let's take a look. In the footage, we see a strange entity walking by, holding something in its hands. When you look closely, you'll notice this is not human. It features an eerie, alien-like, large, elongated head with what looks like big black eyes, fitting the total description of an alien. In its hand is a glowing object that appears to be covered. Anyone who sees this footage is quick to say it's an alien holding a baby. We haven't confirmed if it's true that someone's baby is missing after the incident, but there are plenty of stories about alien abductions. Others speculate that this could be a demon. Julius, however, believes this is either a person in a costume stealing at night or doctored footage meant to fool those who watch it. We all know how much he is against all the alien and mystical talk, so no surprises here, but what do you think? Take a look at this next footage taken from a security camera in a home. The dog is seen sitting on the floor, minding its own business. It looks to be chewing something, perhaps a bone or a toy. Out of nowhere, this happens. An unseen force suddenly moves the dog to the other side of the room. At first, I thought the dog moved by itself, but that would be just unnatural. Having looked at the clip several times, I agree it's quite unusual and disturbing, but I just can't put my finger on what's behind the whole thing. What could have caused this? There are no visible signs of anything or anyone around that could have moved the dog so abruptly. Is it a paranormal occurrence, or is there a more logical explanation we might be missing? Share your thoughts in the comments section. Hotels are very convenient when you travel to a new place and need a place to sleep or a roof over your head. However, I came across this footage that just unlocked a new type of fear for me. In the first clip, a man was in his assigned room when he saw something alarming. A tool was being passed beneath the door, attempting to unlock it. Someone was using this device to try and gain access to the room. As soon as the man noticed this, he yelled out and the person ran away. In a similar instance in the next clip, someone tied a metal hook to a rope and, like in the previous footage, passed it under the door attempting to open it. Fortunately for the one in the room and unfortunately for the other person, the door was locked and the individual was aware. Imagine if the opposite was the case. This could have led to a tragic situation. If there's anything to learn from this clip, it's to always make sure you keep your hotel doors locked, stay vigilant, and prioritize your safety while traveling. If aliens do exist, then they must certainly be hiding from us. This footage was taken in the sky showing donut-shaped discs in the clouds. They were positioned opposite each other and slanted away from each other. They had a reddish-orange hue and were just there suspended in the sky. Looking at the odd disc-like shape, many people believe there are clouds where UFOs are cloaked from human eyes. The unusual formation and the distinctive hue have fueled speculation that these could be alien spacecraft using advanced technology to blend in with their surroundings. On the other hand, skeptics like Julius argue that these are just lenticular clouds. Lenticular clouds often form in the atmosphere when moist air flows over mountains or other obstacles, creating a lens-like shape that can sometimes appear quite unusual. So what are your thoughts? Are those alien crafts up there, or aren't these just clouds? AI is getting very good, so far so good that it's getting increasingly difficult to distinguish between AI-generated content and real life. However, some people believe that AI can never truly replicate the nuances of reality. Take a look at this footage and tell me it doesn't look real. It's a video of a pig underwater with all four legs, but with a fishtail. Yes, it seems very unrealistic. A pig fish, whimsical and bizarre. But just look at the quality of the footage. It looks incredibly real. The attention to detail in the video, such as the way light refracts through the water and the seamless integration of the pig's body with the fishtail, demonstrates the impressive capabilities of modern AI and CGI technology. Now imagine what AI will be able to create in just a few years. Have you heard the latest buzz? Cicadas are taking over the country by the trillions, creating a scene straight out of a science fiction novel. These rapid mating insects are not just increasing in numbers, some cicadas can become infected with a fungus that alters their behavior, earning them the nickname zombie cicadas. Each female cicada can lay up to 400 eggs over several weeks, but that's not all. These zombie cicadas release spores that could turn other cicadas into zombies, causing a ripple effect of widespread infection. It's an insect invasion on an unprecedented scale. The impact of this phenomenon isn't limited to the ground. Birds that prey on these zombie cicadas can end up hallucinating due to the spores. So it's not just the sheer number of cicadas that's alarming, but the ripple effects on the ecosystem. And then there's the noise. If you've ever heard cicadas in full swing, you know they are loud. Now imagine trillions of them emerging simultaneously, creating a sound comparable to a chainsaw. The constant hum and buzz are said to redefine the meaning of noise pollution. Next, we got a clip recorded by a late-night driver who was on the highway, all alone with no cars in sight when something bizarre happened. Yes, a white cloth did appear out of nowhere, floating mid-air on the side of the road. You don't need to be told this is bizarre and rather unnatural. The question on his mind and everyone else's who saw this clip was, where did this come from? The mystery of the floating cloth adds a mysterious yet unsettling element to what should have been an uneventful drive. The driver never met another car ahead, never received an explanation for what he saw. Some paranormal enthusiasts think it might be a ghost, but this is one that's considered a large pill to swallow by even enthusiasts like Aaron. But you guys have seen the clip, what do you think? A man was driving home one night when he saw something ahead of him in the sky. It was a dark figure floating ominously. The figure didn't look human, just an odd shape of a dark entity suspended in the air. It had an almost translucent look, adding to its eerie appearance. The scared man drove slowly beneath the entity, trying to make sense of what he was seeing, and then hurried home as fast as he could. In situations like this, Julius would likely dismiss it as just a cloth tied up there, but there was no indication of wires or anything holding it up. Plus, it wasn't swaying like a cloth would in the wind. Aaron, on the other hand, believes this is some kind of entity. The strange appearance and the way it floated without any visible means of support make it hard to explain away as something mundane. What do you think? Would you believe me if I told you I watched this clip at least a dozen times before penning down my thoughts on it? I mean, when you start to watch the clip, the creature in it looks like a dog, but as soon as you zoom in, you aren't sure what you're looking at. It appears to be half dog, half human. Aaron, on seeing this clip, shouted, "Skinwalker!" Looking at the clip now, I understand why he would think that, but is it really a skinwalker though? Julius, our science whiz, thinks not. He believes this is nothing more than a mangy cat. To support his argument, he points out that the cat is the only blurred thing in the footage and everything else is clear. He adds that if it was really a skinwalker, the clip wouldn't have been digitally manipulated to make the object of interest blur. As always, Julius sounds logical, but Aaron thinks the skinwalkers may have some sort of superpower that makes them invisible to cameras, hence the blurry nature of the creature. We don't call Aaron our conspiracy theorist for nothing. Now, having heard both sides, they want me to accept one, but thought I'd leave it up to you guys. What do you think? It's fascinating that monkeys are the closest animals to humans, but does that mean they can behave like humans when trained? Well, take a look at this next clip.
Are unique in the eyes of God. Now, there appears to be a beast that can talk.
You see it too, don't you? There's an ape wearing glasses and talking. There are all sorts of things wrong with the clip at just the first glance. There's an ape dressed up, wearing glasses and talking. He's not just saying random things. No, sirree. He's actually speaking English. He appears to be talking about God, too. There's something about the way he speaks that makes it look like he's addressing a crowd or lecturing. Is this real or even possible? The simple answer is no. The complex answer is still no. But we can see him or it speaks. But how? Well, some of my team members are convinced that's definitely a human being in a mask, and I'm tempted to side with them. But what if by some slim and unlikely chance this is real? Wouldn't that change everything we know about apes? Well, what am I saying? What do I even know? Clearly not much, if I'm conflicted about this. Perhaps you guys can help. What do you think we're dealing with here? Share your thoughts in the comments section. I'll be reading.
It's the devil's hand, and I quote, "Behold the pale horse."
Do demons and demon lords exist? Before you say no, take a look at this clip. Who or what is that? Am I the only one who sees a possible demonic overlord with horns? Now that I've said it out loud, it sounds ridiculous, but hear me out. You see the garment and possible horn, right? Tell me that doesn't look like a demon overlord. Well, it's either a demon overlord out there deciding whether to destroy those is watching over, or there's a man with a sick Halloween costume. What's your money on? This fish was spotted in Albania after a heavy snowstorm when the ground was all iced up. Despite the freezing conditions, the fish was very much alive and not frozen to death. What makes this sight even more bizarre was that the fish was upright, standing on its pelvic fin. Now, I don't know what's going on here, but the person who took this footage insists that the fish was walking. Fish walking? That's certainly a new one. Seeing a fish moving around on land, especially in such cold weather, raises a lot of questions. How could it survive the icy conditions, and how was it able to move? Fish are aquatic creatures, not designed to walk on land, especially on their fins. Experts and curious onlookers have been scratching their heads over this one. Some speculate that certain fish, like the mud skipper, can move on land using their pectoral fins, but those are typically found in warmer climates, not in the icy conditions of Albania. Others suggest that the fish might have been displaced by the storm and somehow managed to survive out of water. However, its ability to remain alive and move around in such harsh conditions is still a mystery. Could this be a new adaptation or an undiscovered behavior of the species? Share your thoughts. No, I can't move to the next clip without mentioning Julius thinks it's edited footage. Of course. Now the world is so caught up in technology that when anything goes wrong, like power outages or software crashes, everyone starts to panic because we have everything saved on the internet. Recently, there was a significant crash in the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike's software. This happened right after an update was made to the system, leading to a lot of problems for institutions that rely on CrowdStrike. Some believe that the crash was deliberately orchestrated, while others insist it was not. The truth is, we're still uncertain about the exact cause. Nonetheless, the crash was very scary. The impact was immediate and widespread. Companies and organizations that depend on CrowdStrike for their cybersecurity found themselves vulnerable. There were reports of data breaches, system malfunctions, and an overall sense of chaos as IT departments scrambled to mitigate the damage. Imagine the panic in a world where so much of our personal, professional, and financial information is stored online. A crash like this can disrupt businesses, halt financial transactions, and even compromise sensitive data. The fear of such vulnerabilities highlights how dependent we have become on these technologies and the companies that manage them. CrowdStrike, known for its cutting-edge cybersecurity solutions, suddenly found itself in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons.
Assalamualaikum. Patata 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 patata.
Next, we've got another strange clip where a man appears to be interviewing a strange-looking older individual. The man being interviewed has a pure white beard, but his body has a unique and distinctive appearance. His face, shoulders, and chest are a blend of dark and white colors, suggesting that he might have vitiligo. Additionally, his arms look very shrunken, adding to his unusual appearance. Throughout the interview, he only says batata repeatedly when the microphone is placed before him. It seems like the man might have a deformity or a condition that affects his physical condition and speech. This footage raises many questions about his background and condition. If anyone has any insights or information about this individual or his condition, please share your thoughts in the comments below.
Swear to God, that's a fucking person. Dude, flash the light! If you're a person, flash the light!
This footage surfaced on the internet and left a lot of people puzzled. It was posted by a girl who was out one night in her neighborhood when she spotted something strange in the sky. It was a mysterious figure floating in the air. The girl was convinced that it was a human up there, so she yelled out to the figure to flash a light if it was a person, and after a few seconds, there you have it. The figure flashed a light. The next time you see a mysterious being in the sky, never ask it to flash a light, but what could be going on there? Is this some new type of hoax, or did we just witness a person floating in the sky? This incident leaves us with more questions than it does with answers. Aaron is convinced this has got to be a witch, but what do you guys think is happening here? Share your thoughts in the comments section.
That's a fucking person. Dude, flash the light! If you're a person, flash the light!
We've handled strange and bizarre creatures, but none have ever looked like this. The first thing that came to mind when I saw it was Spider-Man in the black Venom suit, but that's fiction. This is allegedly real life. After a few seconds, I see the rest of the creature, at least half of it, and I must say it's not at all what I expected. It looks like an ant, and at the same time, well, it doesn't. I wanted to believe this is real, but something about it just screams AI. Do you hear it too, or am I just being a skeptic? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section. In South Africa, there is a remarkable feature known as the footprint of God, a giant footprint embedded in granite. The footprint is incredibly well defined. It clearly shows the shape of the toes, the arch, and the heel, making it look strikingly similar to a human foot but on an enormous scale. The sheer size of the footprint suggests that if it belonged to a human-like creature, the creature would have been many times larger than any known human. Geologists have dated the granite in which the footprint is embedded to be millions of years old. It implies that the print was made long before humans are thought to have existed on Earth. Does this confirm the myths and legends from various cultures around the world that speak of giant beings? Well, it's hard to say, but these stories might have roots in real historical events or creatures. What do you think? Now let's switch to some news from America.
America's largest city is bracing for an invasion of unwanted eight-legged visitors this summer. Look at these guys. They're large yellow and black critters. They're called Jaro spiders. They're originally from Asia, but since 2010, they've been spotted in nearly a dozen states between Florida and Ohio.
Meet the Jaro spider, an eight-legged web weaver that is said to be invading the East Coast. These spiders have impressive 4-inch legs and are known to be venomous. Originally native to Asia, they seem to have traveled all the way to America by air or human activities, but I prefer the air. And yes, you heard that right. Spiders flying in the air. These guys are actually capable of flight, and they achieve this by releasing silk strands into the air, allowing them to be carried by the wind. While they are indeed venomous, it's important to note that their venom is not considered dangerous to humans. Still, the idea of flying spiders is enough to give anyone the creeps. So if you're in America and gearing up for a hot summer in your bikinis and shorts, watch out for these guys. They might just drop in unannounced. In the dead of night, a man was jolted awake by a persistent knocking on his front door. Groggy and curious, he decided to investigate. As he cautiously opened the door, he was met with a terrifying sight that would haunt anyone's dreams. Reaching toward him was a slender, deathly figure. The creature, standing at an unnerving height of about 8 feet, had skin that appeared dry and lifeless. Its face was a nightmare come to life. Where its eyes should have been were only hollow voids, adding to its ghastly appearance. Reacting quickly, the man slammed the door shut, his heart racing. Thankfully, his house was equipped with a burglar-proof door, providing a barrier that this horrifying entity could not breach. The man's quick thinking and the sturdy door were his saving grace that night. But what was this creature? I guess that's a question we may never really have answered. Light orbs are one of the most enigmatic phenomena that have been studied all over the world. In this footage, a man was out one night on his farm when he noticed something strange. There was an orb floating over the cornfield. He tries to get a better look at the orb, but it just floats away, evading his approach. These orbs continue to baffle and intrigue people. Some believe that they're alien-related, perhaps representing some form of extraterrestrial technology or presence, while skeptics, on the other hand, argue that these orbs are ordinary and or can be explained by natural phenomena. There is something about this footage, however, that gives me the creeps. The way the orbs move so deliberately and silently over the cornfield and the way it seems to respond to the man's presence by floating away all contribute to its eerie nature. What do you think? A man woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom when he saw something strange in his backyard. A coconut tree stood in the distance, stripped of all its leaves and branches, leaving only a long, bare trunk. What caught the man's eye, however, was the unusual sight perched atop the trunk, a goat-like creature sitting at the very peak. Coconut trees are known for their great height and smooth trunks, making them nearly impossible to climb. There was nothing around that could assist any creature in reaching the top, yet there he was sitting at the top. What made the sight even more chilling was that they had no animals, no goats, no pets at all. The man thought about waking his family, but was unsure if they would believe him or if they could even do anything about it. The creature remained there for what felt like an eternity, though it was likely only a few minutes. For some odd reason, he went back inside and somehow managed to sleep. The next morning, he went outside to investigate, but the creature was gone. There were no tracks, no signs of how it got there or how it left. The only remnant of the creature's visit is this clip, and not many even think it's authentic. What say you? Witches in various cultures are depicted in different ways. Some believe them to be women on flying brooms at night, while others think of bloodthirsty, wicked-looking beings. There's so much variety across many cultures that the subject is interesting. Take this clip, for instance. A man was out with his friends one night when, out of nowhere, from a distance, people in white robes started to approach them.
Eres una blanca con negro, compa. Mira, mira, mira. Ay, güey. Ahí viene. No manches. Hey. Esta bruja vuela, compa. Esta bruja vuela, Mira, la otra va a volar. Mira, va a volar la otra. Amigos, esta bruja vuela.
These white-robed individuals were standing on what looked like a cliff or wall. It's hard to tell with the quality of the footage, but one of them jumped down. Or perhaps more like floated down toward the man and his friends. He was so scared that you could literally tell based on how he screamed as the white-robed beings approached him. Now, he called them witches in his language, but the question on everyone's mind is, are they really witches? Julius, our in-house scientist, thinks it's ridiculous to call them witches. He thinks there are two likely scenarios. Either his friends are playing a prank on him, or it's a hoax. Aaron, our conspiracy theorist, however, thinks this might be the real deal. Personally, I've chosen to sit on the fence on this one. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Tell me, what do you guys think about it?
No manches. Hey. Esta bruja vuela, compa. Esta bruja vuela, Mira, la otra va a volar. Mira, va a volar la otra. Amigos, esta bruja vuela.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. شو هذا؟ أعوذ بالله. تعشق البنت.
Now, I've seen a lot of strange things in my day, but this is a whole new level of weirdness. We're not told where this was filmed, only that a man was exploring an area when he came across this. It looks like a tiny woman dressed in interesting clothes sitting in the middle of nowhere. When I first saw this, I thought it had to be a movie scene, but it doesn't look like it. This left me with one thought. She's either a spirit, goddess, or, simply put, A witch. I know that sounds stereotypical, but how do you explain this? Anyway, share your thoughts. I'd really like to hear them.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. شو أعوذ بالله تعشق البنت يي بسم الله الرحمن.
While on a cruise ship in the Gulf of Mexico, a group of men captured some intriguing footage in the sky. It was after sundown, so the sky was dark. Amid the darkness, they spotted an orb of light flying across the sky. The orb moved from left to right, then circled back to the left in a smooth, deliberate motion. The men were convinced this light was some sort of UFO. The light was steady and bright, standing out clearly against the night sky. In times like these, it's fascinating to think about the possibilities. Was it a secret military craft, an advanced drone, or perhaps something more extraterrestrial? Aaron states it being an angel is an alternative, but Julius isn't so sure. Anyway, kindly share your thoughts. A man was sitting at home one night, sitting behind his computer. He was filming at the time when his camera captured something eerie at the window behind him. It seemed the man saw it too because he quickly got up and went outside to check if what he saw was still there, but by the time he got there, it was gone. Now, I know what you're wondering. You're wondering what he saw. Let's take a closer look at the footage in slow motion. It was a large, pale, alien-like head with huge black eyes peering right into the room through the glass window. As soon as the man noticed the creature, it swiftly vanished without a trace. The sighting lasted only a few minutes, but it was enough to leave a lasting impression. The creature's face was unmistakable, smooth, almost featureless, except for those enormous black, unblinking eyes. The man's reaction was immediate and understandable. Seeing something so strange and unsettling would send anyone rushing to investigate. Yet when he stepped outside, the mysterious figure had disappeared, leaving behind no evidence of its presence. Some find him filming just a bit too convenient, leading them to believe this footage is fake. What say you? Oh my goodness, humanity is doomed. Just take a look at this footage. If you've not seen the movie Life, then you'll not understand why I'm panicking. This dark mass attempting to swallow the crab, and it reminds me of Calvin from the movie. I mean, it just looks the same. Fingers crossed that it's just a case of internet trickery, because if not, we might be looking at a real-life remake of Life, and that's a horror scenario none of us have signed up for. Naturally, I did some digging around and discovered that there's a possibility of it being a marine flatworm. If you don't know anything about these creatures, perhaps you may want to go back and look them up now before you find yourself exclaiming, "We are Venom." On that note, if you still haven't liked, commented, or subscribed to the channel yet, please do so now before I send that creature after you. On a more serious note, it really helps us out a ton and gives us the opportunity to keep making these videos for you. Please do so and share this video with your friends and family. Thank you very much. Our next clip is footage taken from two guys in a car who were driving through a forest fire. As our daring duo navigates through the forest, flames dance menacingly on both sides, casting an apocalyptic glow on their surroundings. The heat intensifies within the confines of their vehicle, and the reality of being caught in the heart of a wildfire sets in. The tension in the car is palpable as one of the occupants expresses concern about the escalating temperatures.
We can't get out. I'm getting out. You can't drive back.
The inferno seems unyielding, and the prospect of escaping its clutches becomes increasingly daunting. In the face of such adversity, the men find themselves at a critical crossroads: to stay inside the relative safety of their vehicle or to brave the scorching surroundings outside. At the end of the footage, we're left in suspense. Did they emerge unscathed from this fiery ordeal, or did the relentless flames claim their victory? Late-night drives through desolate roads often have a sense of solitude and calm, offering a break from the hectic day. However, occasionally these peaceful moments can be disrupted by unexpected and chilling encounters. Such was the case for one driver who experienced a hair-raising incident that left him questioning the laws of reality. As the driver cruised along the dimly lit road, the headlights illuminated a peculiar figure standing in the middle of the path. It was undoubtedly a person, or at least it appeared to be. What caught the driver's attention was the black cloth draped over this mysterious individual, concealing their identity and features except for their shoulders, which were visible beneath the dark shroud. As he approached to investigate, he tried to remove the black cloth, only to find that there was no one underneath. The mysterious figure had vanished into thin air, leaving the driver both puzzled and spooked. Was it a ghostly apparition or something else altogether? Share your thoughts with us, especially if you believe it's a hoax, because someone, not me, but someone close to me, thinks it's a hoax. In the midst of deep darkness concealed in a shroud of mystery, this black and white footage reveals a creature that leaves us in a state of uncertainty. At first glance, it resembles a cat, although it's oddly missing a tail. The enigmatic shades in the recording offer us little more than a pair of radiant eyes glowing like otherworldly orbs. In the world of the unexplained, there are various theories. Some suggest that it might be a cat under the influence of some supernatural force caught in an otherworldly twist. Others propose that it could be an effect of the camera distorting reality and turning it into a perplexing enigma. Amid all of this uncertainty, there are whispers of a more unsettling possibility. A mountain lion concealed in the obscurity of the night, hiding its true identity. We can go on and on, but looking at it, what do you think we're dealing with? Tell us in the comments section. There are theories that before the human race, there were beings that roamed the earth, some half human and half animal. These beings were later worshipped as gods on earth. So when scientists discovered this mummy locked in a box in a Japanese temple, they were curious to find out what this creature could be. Obviously, they could see that the creature was half human and half fish. But how? Despite probing and researching and asking questions, they can't find any scientific basis for the existence of this creature. This leaves us with questions. Could it be a spiritual being materialized, which is why they can't find anything on it, or are we looking at an elaborate hoax passed down for centuries? Well, no one knows for sure. Before you watch the next clip, could you please hit the like button, subscribe, and even drop a comment if you haven't already? It goes a long way to make it possible to create more videos like this for you. Thank you for doing so. Moving back to the day's episode. I know what you're thinking. What in the world of bird mysteries is happening here? Is this some kind of funky pigeon mutation or what? Turns out this wild-looking bird goes by the name the Dutch cropper. This flamboyant bird isn't just a looker, it's got some fascinating features. A medium-sized pigeon with an elongated body, a graceful arched neck, and the head held high like it's in a perpetual state of pride. When it's feeling extra fancy or trying to impress its bird buddies, it inflates this special bladder, adding a touch of charm to its already striking appearance, as we can see right under its beak. They're known to be the largest fancy pigeon breed in the Netherlands, and like the royalty of the pigeon world, strutting around with their own built-in regal accessory. This is the kind of bird that adds a touch of glamour to the avian scene. In this recently captured footage, we witness a man rhythmically beating an empty bucket with a stick and tapping the murky water, which at first glance seems like an unusual activity. However, the reason behind this peculiar behavior becomes clear in the next few seconds. A crocodile soon emerges after the disturbance. The beast has been lured out of the water by the noise created by the man. Upon noticing the creature's emergence, the man quickly positions the bucket in front of him as the crocodile attempts to lunge for his leg. You might be wondering why the man is provoking the creature. In reality, he has summoned the crocodile not to provoke it, but to feed it. Nonetheless, this job is undeniably dangerous, with the slightest mistake potentially resulting in becoming crocodile food. In this episode, we bring back our bonus footage section. Can you guess what this beautiful creature is? It looks beautiful, doesn't it? What creature is it though? Can you tell its species? Do you know any interesting facts about it? If you do, please head down to the comments section and tell us. Start with bonus footage so we easily identify it. The most accurate description with the rarest fact might win a feature in our next video. All the best. What creatures do you think we are looking at here? This footage surfaced back in 2018 from a farm in Indiana, and it shows what I can only describe as a hideous-looking creature. The body of the creature looks like that of a goat, but its long neck and strange face say otherwise. When this footage surfaced on the internet, people were quick to give their opinions about it, and given its appearance, most comments were pretty harsh. Some said the creature was the ugliest animal in the world. Others said it looked like the devil himself, while others called it the monster goat. But after a little research, we found out that this is not a monster goat or the devil himself. It's called a Damascus goat. They're a rare breed of goat with rather distinct features. This one, however, looks this way according to some because of selective breeding. Can the experts confirm or debunk this? If you didn't think Bigfoot or the Sasquatch was real, perhaps this next footage might change your mind. Enjoy. Once the footage starts, we're introduced to a crime scene. In a second or two, we see something dark, furry, and tall move in the background. Enter our Bigfoot. At this point, any skeptic might think that it's nothing more than a man in a costume. If you're one of those, you're forgiven. The creature moving in the background then easily picks up a tree and then hits the ground or another tree with it. Not particularly sure what it's doing, but you have to admit that it takes some strength and power to pull that off, and no man can do that. If you're a skeptic, what do you have to say for yourself after seeing this clip? Accidents are unfortunate situations that can sometimes defy explanation. However, when we examine the footage here, we can't help but wonder if there might be something more sinister at play. In this video, we witness a motor accident, as is evident. The motor lies on the ground and the footage was captured by the helmet camera that continued to record even after it fell off the rider's head. What's truly unsettling is what the camera captured. Just behind the fallen motor, concealed among the bushes, a dark figure emerges. This figure appears from behind a tree and with an eerie, sinister countenance gazing directly at the camera. The figure's eerie appearance might lead one to ponder whether it's an embodiment of an evil entity, possibly even evoking thoughts of the Grim Reaper or an ominous spirit that played a role in causing the accident. A homeowner was peacefully asleep one night when he was jolted awake by peculiar noises coming from the roof. At first, he tried to dismiss the sounds, but they became too unsettling to ignore. Grabbing his phone and a flashlight, he gathered the courage to investigate. What he stumbled upon was nothing short of spine-tingling. Perched on the roof, there was a pallid head propped up, adorned with two dark, eerie eyes that fixated on the homeowner. The intruder bore no resemblance to a human, leaving everyone bewildered and pondering whether this was a paranormal creature, and if it was, what its purpose was on the roof. While we are trying to figure out the strange creatures and phenomena that plague our world, there are also those who choose to do strange things that leave us all shocked and questioning them. This footage was taken on a train. In the footage, we see a person in a costume and heavy makeup eating spaghetti on the floor. I mean, this is a train, and I don't even want to get started on how unsanitary that is. But what is wrong with this person? Could it be that he needs help psychologically, or is he just doing this for attention? Any New Yorker with an answer? You wake up one serene morning, the world outside blanketed in fresh snow after a night of gentle flurries. As you groggily approach the window to take in the wintry scene, you're met with an unexpected sight. A majestic moose, tall and proud, right outside your window. Its breath forms little clouds in the chilly air as it curiously peers into your room, almost as if it's offering a friendly good morning. The moose, with its massive antlers and a coat of snowflakes, seems to embody the peaceful charm of the winter landscape. I'm pretty sure the title confused you, but trust me, once you see it, you'll understand. Take a look. That's a strange-looking deer, is it not? I doubt if I've seen any deer look like that. If you know anything about deer, however, which I know you do based on past experience, then you're well aware of the fact that they shed their antlers. But I doubt you've seen any like this. Those antlers look like pigtails. Anyone who was born earlier than the 2000s knows those hairstyles used to be a hit. It's a pity we don't see them anymore, but I'm glad this deer brought the style back to memory. So while some of you may be worried about the deer, I believe it's perfectly fine. Otherwise, the wildlife experts can feel free to chip in. Back in August, this video was captured by a security camera and later shared on TikTok. In the video, a man stepped out of his house with his two dogs, presumably for a playful outing. Just as the fun was about to commence, the man's attention was drawn to something approaching, and it frightened him. He hurriedly retreated into the house, and that's when a massive moose came into view. Concerned for his dog's safety, the man called them to his side, fearing that the colossal beast might pose a threat to them. The moose, however, had different plans and simply strolled into the woods. While moose are herbivores and don't consume meat, they're known for their significant size and can be quite aggressive if they feel threatened. Their antlers make them dangerous in such situations. Although this particular one appeared to have lost its antlers, it didn't make it less dangerous. The man can count himself lucky to have survived. Do skinwalkers commonly take the forms of dogs? What would you do if you entered your compound and found a dog in your home, especially when no one owns one? You'd freak out, right? That's exactly what happened to the individual in this capture you're seeing. Now, this isn't why we are starting today's episode with this very one. Our reason involves a skinwalker. Would you believe me if I told you that skinwalkers are rumored to take the forms of dogs? In the place where this image was taken, skinwalkers are common according to the natives, and they like to take the form of dogs since everyone owns one or at least feeds a stray. Taking this form is safer for them as no one would suspect a thing. There are times, however, when they want you to know they're skinwalkers, probably to threaten you. The uploader of the footage believes this is one such time, which is why she never entered the apartment until help came. Once help came, they entered the apartment and found nothing. At least that's how the story goes. What do you think? Now, what are we looking at here? A creature with the head of a fish, the upper torso of a human, and a fishtail. Just when we thought we'd seen it all, this hybrid creature emerges, resembling something concocted in a lab. The creature appears lifeless, its hand seemingly affixed to its back. Unfortunately, there isn't much information available on this creature, so we cannot definitely say if it's real or a fabrication. However, one thing is for sure, the prospect of sharing the same planet with a creature like this is something most would find unsettling. Next, we have one of the oldest yet convincing evidence of a chupacabra. Take a look. In the footage, we see a creature that looks somewhere like a dog, but without the fur typically associated with our canine friends. Its body proportions are also not exactly right. Chupas have long been described as such, and this creature fits the bill. The only thing left is to see if it sucks blood out of other animals. But do tell me, what do you think? Talking about being safe, I doubt anyone could be safe anywhere close to where the next Trailcam image I'm about to show you was captured. What do you think this creature is? If you said Dogman or Wolfman, we wouldn't have an issue with it because it literally looks like one. Wolves and wild dogs can be very dangerous because of their feral nature. To have a creature that has all those features and is yet much stronger and humanoid is a different ballgame altogether. The owner of the Trailcam that captured this states that he's been shaken and worried for his family ever since their Trailcam captured this image, and I can't blame him. I would have, however, moved from the area because hunting down this creature could prove fatal, and it's safe to assume that it knows where the humans live. If it decides to change its diet to something a bit more human, the family would certainly be in trouble since humans are in short supply where the image was captured. I gave my word not to reveal the location, but what would you have done in their situation? Share your thoughts with us. This picture was taken by a backpacker, and let me provide you with a little backstory on what you are seeing here. A girl and her friend had gone backpacking on a trail in the mountains. As night fell, they grew tired and decided to camp on the side of the trail. After setting up their tents, they went to sleep. However, in the early morning around 5 a.m., the girls were abruptly awakened by footsteps signaling the presence of an intruder. One of the girls felt the footsteps stop right in front of their tent, prompting her to unzip and confront the intruder. To their surprise, it was a man who appeared disorientated. When asked about his intentions, he mumbled that he was looking for his friends. The girl sternly told him off and retreated into her tent, hoping the strange man would leave. When the girls woke up the next morning, they saw the man sleeping on the ground beside their tent, having spent the night in the open. The girl then captured a picture of him. The man woke up, took his backpack, and left. Weird, don't you think? Could it have been a homeless man? Is someone trying to hurt them, or a spirit of the forest? In our ever-evolving world, new and undiscovered creatures continue to emerge, awaiting exploration and recognition. Such is the case of this next footage. An Australian man was jogging in the morning when he came across a strange creature on the ground. The creature had a huge head and a long tail with small black eyes. Its skin was semi-transparent. It looked undeveloped and looked like an undeveloped sea creature washed onto the land. However, when scientists came across the footage, they were unable to identify the creature. I almost thought it was a squid, but I was sharply reprimanded. So I turned to you guys. What do you think we're dealing with here? Amidst the solitude of the deck, a mysterious sight unfolds. We're looking at a creature with just 3 legs and a gray body covered in strange black dots that create a unique and puzzling pattern, unlike anything we've seen in nature. Despite having only a few limbs, this creature doesn't give up easily. It keeps pushing forward, leaving the fisherman filming it completely amazed and wondering what on earth he was witnessing. All who saw it were left with questions. Is the creature from some undiscovered world? Could it be an alien visitor from beneath the waves? Or maybe it's the last of a species that's unlike anything we've ever known. Perhaps something from the deep sea made its way up higher than it was supposed to be. We don't know, but perhaps the marine experts here could help. We'll be reading the comments. Would you explore tunnels? Well, the individuals responsible for our next clip thought it would be a good idea. Watch what they found. As they delved deeper into the maze-like passages of the cave, their headlamps revealed a creature that was unlike anything they'd ever seen. This cryptid figure had a strikingly human-like quality, walking on 2 sturdy legs much like a human, and it even had arm-like appendages. But it was enormous and had a noticeable hunch in its posture, giving it an otherworldly appearance. Its body had rough, textured features that hinted at a thick covering of hair or fur. At least that's what we think looking at the footage. What do you think we could be dealing with here? Please share your thoughts in the comment section. Our next footage is one of the reasons why people believe that we are indeed in a matrix. A lighter was put on a table by a wall. The fire was lit, but when you looked at the wall, there was something strange going on. The shadow of the lighter was showing on the wall, but the fire was not. There could be a few explanations for such an occurrence. One possibility is that the lighting conditions and the camera angle created a situation where the shadow was more prominent than the flame itself. Shadows can sometimes be more defined depending on the light source and the angle. What are your thoughts? Have you seen a ladder take a walk? Well, if you haven't, today's your lucky day. Take a look. Yup, that's a ladder walking away. At some point, my assistant thought it was just the wind, but the wind won't move it in the way it did unless there was some invisible person working it out. We slowed the footage to try and see if there was any strings attached to any of the legs, but we couldn't find any convincing patterns that would establish it. We were left to accept that the ladder is indeed walking. How is it doing that? We wish we knew. Perhaps some things are best left a mystery.
No, there it goes. Finally, I knew I shouldn't go in. Everything was telling me not to go in, that I needed to be recording.
In Winston-Salem, a woman came out one evening for some fresh air when she noticed something strange going on with the clouds. Lights were blinking on and off behind the clouds. She said initially the clouds with the lights blinking were above her head. The lights, which were initially blue, changed color as they moved further ahead of her. The color changed to orange. As weird as this is, it was not the weirdest part. There was a long, lingering, heavy feeling that they just couldn't get rid of. This mysterious event leaves both the observer and curious onlookers grappling with various questions. What could be the source of these peculiar lights behind the clouds? Is it a natural phenomenon, an atmospheric anomaly, or perhaps something more enigmatic? These are questions we may never truly have official answers to, but in the meantime, feel free to share your thoughts. Just a quick reminder before the next clip comes, if you still haven't liked, commented, or subscribed, could you do so right now? Thank you very much. There have been reports flooding in from all corners of Oklahoma about sightings of strange and mysterious luminous objects illuminating the night sky. The ambiguity surrounding these sightings fuels a range of theories. Some individuals posit that these luminous objects could be experimental aircraft or drones, possibly of military origin. Others entertain the notion of otherworldly visitors or advanced technological entities exploring the skies. Local communities and the broader public are left to ponder the significance of these sightings. Whether these phenomena are rooted in classified military activities, natural atmospheric occurrences, or something beyond our current understanding. I know you want my views on it, but my team and I are doing some digging around for evidence. We'll have a full video explaining these things coming up soon, and you wouldn't want to miss that, trust me. What would you do if you discovered a monster hiding in your roof? Sounds like a hypothetical question, right? Well, for the one who uploaded our first footage, it was not. Yes, that's the hand of a monster of sorts showing above the door. How it got there, no one knows, but clearly everyone present is scared and worried. The uploader suspects it's a potential Bigfoot, and looking at those furry hands, I don't blame her for thinking so. There are others, however, who think that it's nothing more than a monkey which found its way into their house while they were away. While the monkey explanation sounds more plausible and likely, it's not any less frightening than the Bigfoot. The uploader shared this video while it was happening live. We don't know what they discovered when they broke into the house. Which do you think it is? Bigfoot? monkey, or even a hoax? Share your thoughts in the comment section. In the next footage, we see a group of men sitting in a hospital hallway, probably to visit a loved one. They all seemed occupied with their phones when all of a sudden, a scrubbed-in doctor came running from the other side of the hallway. No one paid attention to him, but a few moments later, a wheelchair wheeled itself into the place from the direction the doctor came from. Yes, it wheeled itself. There was nobody in the chair, and neither was there someone pushing it. The man, seeing this, scrambled out of the place. How did the chair move? What was controlling it? How did this story end? Those are questions we may never receive answers to. In this next footage, a group of men are seen holding a man down. The man appears to be struggling with them. It almost looks like he's floating in mid-air, but the men are holding him down. Immediate thoughts are towards the supernatural. Could this man be possessed or subject to some mysterious force? As our investigation lens delves deeper into the subject, a fascinating revelation emerges. It turns out that the initial perplexing scene is a result of clever video manipulation. The footage has been artfully reversed. The mysterious aura surrounding the situation dissipates as we uncover the meticulous editing that has taken place. I must say, they almost got me there. Whilst out with his kids, a man came across this: clouds on the ground. Now, I don't know how this is possible, but that's what we see. Strange, if you ask me. Naturally, when this popped up online, people were shocked, and that led to some rather interesting theories concerning the footage. Some thought it was part of a government spy aircraft cloud camouflage. Sounds crazy at first, but when you think about it, it's quite possible, wouldn't you agree? Some also proposed an alternative perspective, suggesting that it could be a byproduct of a toxic substance in the sky. This theory raises concerns about environmental and health implications if that's true, but there's no way of determining that now, is there? After all, some who saw it are dismissing the footage as a hoax, attributing the cloud-like formation to ordinary cotton. Yet upon closer scrutiny, the transparency of the anomaly challenges the notion that it could be a mere cotton formation. Could it be pure CGI, or is there something else at play here? I think I'll leave that up to you to decide. Now here's a slice of weirdness caught on camera. Picture this: a security camera innocently doing its job when out of the blue, a naked man steps into the frame. No, it's not a lost scene from a surreal art film, it's real-life CCTV footage. This dude, as captured by the lens, is standing there, skinny as a rail, and for some reason he's adorned in just his underwear. But here's the kicker. Instead of going about his business or, trying to find some clothes, he's making this bizarre gesture. The internet, already ready for a bit of speculation, went into overdrive. Some folks are leaning toward the possibility that he might be homeless, trying to navigate life's challenges. Others are throwing around the idea that maybe, just maybe, he's caught in the clutches of substance abuse. Looking at it, I'm tempted to believe the latter. What about you? Here's a spooky tale for you. Two friends having a chill night on the beach when things take a mysterious turn. So there they are, just soaking in the tranquility of the night, maybe unwinding from the day's stress, when something caught their attention. It was enough to make them both snap around and, without a second thought, bolt away in sheer terror. What caused this panic? A strange, pale creature emerged from the darkness, quietly making its way toward them. This humanoid figure had long, eerily crooked legs and arms that dangled oddly. Picture something straight out of a horror movie right there on the beach with them. No hesitation, those poor guys hit the panic button and zoomed out of there as their lives depended on it. Watching this clip, I can't blame them. Can you? In this riveting footage, a group on a boat expedition through the forest stumble upon a celestial enigma. However, hovering in the skies was a dark ethereal mass reminiscent of smoke surrounded by a flurry of birds. The air was thick with intrigue, and the observers must have felt a shiver of awe and wonder. Could this mysterious floating entity be a natural phenomenon, a play of light and shadow, or does it harbor a more supernatural essence? Some might speculate on atmospheric conditions, while others might entertain the possibility of an otherworldly presence. What are your thoughts on this puzzling encounter? Smoke signals from the cosmos, or nature's dance of light and shade? We've got this clip that shows two moons in the sky. Initially, it looked like just a moon and a star, but as the person zoomed in, you noticed that the other smaller one was a crescent moon, but not as bright as the bigger one. This celestial mystery prompts a cascade of speculations and discussions amongst viewers, each grappling with the enigmatic nature of the phenomenon. The possibilities are as diverse as the interpretations, from atmospheric anomalies to potential celestial alignments. As we contemplate the celestial tapestry above, it becomes evident that the universe is an endless source of fascination and intrigue, always ready to challenge our understanding of the cosmos. Imagine checking your trail camera expecting the usual wildlife snapshots only to be met with a mysterious creature that defies explanation. This photo reveals a towering figure standing at least 7 feet tall, draped in dark fur and unmistakably humanoid. The creature's face, a curious blend of ape-like features with a human nose, raises eyebrows and stirs the imagination. Is it possible this is a genuine encounter with the elusive Sasquatch, or is there room for skepticism, with some suggesting a potential hoax involving a person in an elaborate costume? Personally, I'm tempted to believe it could be a hoax unless there's some explanation for how the creature's fur looks like it just walked out of the dry cleaners when it actually lives in a place that leaves fur dirty and matted. Perhaps this is just me being difficult, but what do you think? Still on things that look like dogs but are not, take a look at this next footage. What do you see? All who saw it initially believed we were dealing with an abnormally large dog, but it turns out it's nothing more than a pig. Has anyone seen a pig like this before? Can you tell or guess its exact species? If you can, please leave it in the comments section for us. We've got something special for the best response.
What the fuck is that?
In Melbourne, Australia, a contractor spotted this in the sky. It was a luminous orb in the sky. Seeing such a thing naturally made him curious, but it was not until he had captured the image and zoomed in that things took an unexpected turn. The revelation of what appeared to be a doorway on the luminous orb. As with any unexplained phenomena, speculations run wild. Some propose the idea of a blue beam projection, a technology that projects holographic images into the sky, while others delve into the possibility of a portal existing within the luminous orb. The concept of a portal suggests an opening to another dimension or realm, leaving the imagination to wonder what the potential destinations could be. Skeptics, on the other hand, consider the likelihood of the entire spectacle being carefully orchestrated hoax, a product of advanced technology or visual manipulation. What do you think?
That's crazy, man. What the fuck?
Next, we have footage from a trail camera that captured this strange creature, and people can't seem to figure out what the creature is. The creature in question has a pair of glassy, glowing eyes and a pig-like nose. Its skin is pale, and it has shoulders that look humanoid. The rest of its body is not captured by the camera lens, leaving it up to our imagination. Though we cannot make out the creature, people have come out with ideas, and the most recurring answer, Mothman. For those unfamiliar with him, the Mothman is a cryptid that gained notoriety in West Virginia during the 1960s. He's often described as a humanoid figure with large wings. While the image captured by the trail camera doesn't reveal the creature's wings or the lowest part of its body, the peculiar characteristics mentioned have sparked associations with Mothman. Personally, I really want the capture to be the Mothman, but then again, anything is possible these days, so I'd want your take on this as well. What do you think we're dealing with here? Talk about a head-scratcher. So this dude walks into his place, right? Normal day until he spots his ring just hanging out in mid-air. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that's some weird magic show happening right there. But you have to wonder, is it a glitch in the Matrix, some supernatural shenanigans, or did the laws of physics just decide to take a coffee break? I mean, coming home and finding your ring playing the levitation game is definitely not your everyday sight. What's your take on it though? Matrix glitch, a new age Houdini trick, or maybe just a gravity-defying jewelry piece? Share your thoughts with us. Entering a cave and stumbling upon a pride of lions is not an everyday occurrence. It sounds like a scene straight out of a wildlife documentary. The image of these majestic creatures huddled up in a small cave opening is quite surreal. It certainly is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, and the one filming is very fortunate that the lions didn't see him as a threat. Even if they did, they chose to simply threaten him without attacking. Perhaps they were taking a nap after a substantial meal, or maybe they were simply not in the mood. Perhaps they also didn't want to move out of their comfort zone, as it looked like the cave offered a cool and sheltered spot for a rest. The discovery of these mysterious tunnels around the world has sparked both curiosity and speculation. These enigmatic passageways, concealed in various forms, ranging from sewer-like openings to holes in city streets, have captured the attention of explorers and conspiracy theorists alike. Some explorers have stumbled upon fully furnished structures with electricity. The condition of these spaces varies, with some appearing untouched while others bear signs of abandonment. While some believe that these discoveries might be genuine underground utilities or storage spaces, others are very convinced that they belong to an interconnected subterranean world. That sounds exciting, but what are your thoughts on these underground mysteries? Do you think there's a vast network connecting them, or is it more likely a mix of utility tunnels and urban legends? This next footage was also taken by an unknown woman at an undisclosed location.
I'm not quite sure what this is about, but this cloud keeps flickering red.
In it, we see a specific section of the clouds illuminated in a vibrant red hue, prompting varied interpretations from viewers. Several netizens have put forth different explanations for the phenomenon. Some propose that the red glow could be a result of lights from buildings below reflecting on the clouds. On the other hand, a section of those who saw it propose another theory, suggesting that this occurrence might be linked to the oil industry. Specifically, some propose that it could be the result of flaring, the controlled burning of unwanted gas in oil fields, a practice that can cause clouds to glow. Conspiracy theories also make an appearance here, with claims ranging from chemical interventions to extraterrestrial involvement. To an extent, those sound far-fetched even for me, but what do you think? We have a couple watching their newborn child on a baby monitor when they notice something strange. There on the side of the baby cot is a pair of glowing eyes looking at the baby. It stands there for a while and then goes away. We don't have much info on the footage, so we can console ourselves with the idea that that could be a dog. There is an eerie feeling, though, that makes me think it was not a dog, but some sort of evil entity that was after the child. What do you think? While out in the mountains in Turkey, a group of men came across a creature on a hill staring down at them. From the footage, we can tell that the creature had a pair of horns and eyes glowing in the dark. Its head resembled that of a goat, while its body looked almost like a human crouching down. Could this be the legendary Goat Man? Share your thoughts with me in the comment section. Buckle up for a celestial mystery straight from a road trip. Imagine catching a stunning sunset on camera only to realize you've got not one but two suns stealing the limelight. Double trouble or double wonder? You decide. That's what happened to the one who captured this, but as you can see, one was orange and the other was a white orb with an orange hue around it. Beyond these basic descriptions, there are some who noticed a few things that could explain this. One observation was that it was a reflection. You can see because of the power lines that go through it. Seeing this, some proposed that the whole thing could be attributed to a hypothetical planet X, suggesting the celestial body getting closer. What do you also think? During a routine plane journey, a vigilant passenger observed a perplexing phenomenon through the aircraft's windows. A luminous, unidentified flying object caught his attention as it gracefully navigated beneath the plane's wing. According to him, this went on for at least 10 minutes until, in an unexpected turn, the UFO initiated a deceleration and gradually descended until it eventually disappeared into the vast expanse of the sky. What are your thoughts on this mysterious encounter? Do you lean toward a more conventional explanation or find yourself intrigued by the possibility of otherworldly phenomena sharing the airspace with commercial flights? Tell us in the comments section. If you haven't already hit the like button, subscribed, or even dropped a comment so far, could you please do so now? It goes a long way to help us make more videos like this for you. Thank you so much. Now back to today's episode. Here's a fascinating discovery shared by a Reddit user. Two adventurous souls deep into exploring a collapsed cave stumbled upon a mysterious pile of rocks. With curiosity as their guide, they decided to unveil the secrets hidden beneath. As the rocks shifted, an unexpected sight met their eyes, a strange face peering back at them from the darkness, only to retreat into the shadows. The men, now with their lights illuminating the unknown, captured the entire encounter on film. The intriguing part? In the heart of the moment, one of them could be heard shouting jinn, an Arabic term often associated with demons or evil spirits. But let's think about something here. If that's a jinn, a demonic spirit with power and all the kinds of things we've heard, how is it trapped in the ground? Now let me introduce you to a creature that seems straight out of a fairy tale, the screaming, hairy armadillo. Yeah, you heard it right, and no, it's not a creature of fiction, but a real living being. These peculiar beings are known for their vocalizations that can only be described as screaming. Imagine a hairy armadillo whose defense mechanism is being too annoying to eat. It screams till whatever is trying to eat it just loses interest or is startled. That's the creature on your screen. Still on chilling screams, listen to this next one.
Did you hear that? You go first. Farm animal.
What would you do if you heard these screams and cries whilst exploring the woods at night? Well, these two were startled but decided to investigate, wondering if someone was in trouble. Funny enough, the only people I see in trouble are these two. When they decided to leave, they started to hear someone asking for help.
I don't like this. Good luck, good luck. What do you think it is? Go for it. Look at it.
What does that remind you of? Skinwalkers, right? But that's not all. As they were retreating, the creature decided to show itself, and it looked like what you would expect a rake to look like. What do you make of the whole thing? Tell us in the comments section below. Next, we have footage that's the very definition of the word eerie. Take a look. The man in the clip's night was interrupted by some strange tapping noises. It's different when you hear such things and there are two or more of you in the house, and also very, very different when you are the only one at home. In this situation, the one filming was home alone. He follows the sound, which leads him to a small room. There, a mannequin strangely falls down. A mannequin, and he didn't leave? Anyone who knows anything about the paranormal knows that strange sounds and mannequins don't mix. Either way, he continues, then the glass breaks and the little girl screams. Whoa!
Hello?
If that's not a sign to leave, well, I don't know what is. This guy is either brave or very stupid. He keeps asking who's there and is met with even more strange sounds. It's at this moment he decides to be terrified and he runs. We don't get to see whatever was responsible for those strange sounds and the video ends abruptly. So our active imagination is left to decipher and decode the whole situation. Instead of throwing my opinions out there, I'm asking for yours. What do you think was happening there? The idea of extraterrestrial life visiting Earth has been a topic of fascination and debate for years. Now in this intriguing footage, we have a piece of that mysterious puzzle. Picture this, a little girl innocently descending a staircase, all while being filmed by an unknown person. As she steps outside into the silent night, something catches the camera's attention, a strange creature lurking behind a tree. This being possessed pale skin and large dark eyes resembling the classic description of an alien. Now the big question arises, could this be a genuine encounter with extraterrestrial entities, or is it perhaps a well-executed prank? Next, we have another cave expedition with a mysterious twist. Let's dive into the intrigue. Venturing into the depths of a cave can lead to unexpected encounters, and this footage shared by a group of explorers proves just that. In the shadows of the cavern, a peculiar being emerges, a figure draped in dark robes with a ghostly pale face. The tension in the air is palpable as the men in the footage react with a mix of fear and fascination, their whispers and shushing underscoring the eerie ambience. Now one can't help but wonder, is this yet another encounter with a jinn? What's your take on this encounter? Could it be a guardian spirit, a trick of shadows, or something beyond the realms of our understanding? Share your thoughts. In a deep, mysterious forest, a TikToker on an adventure hears a strange, scary noise that breaks the peace and makes him nervous.
And there's one over here. Looks like it's holding some water. Huh?
Heard the cries, right? He stands still trying to process everything and wonders what creature could have made that sound. Perhaps it's the shock that keeps him in place, because many would have run away. I am part of that many. After uploading it online, some speculate it may be a Bigfoot, while others think we may be dealing with a skinwalker. Despite the speculations, no one can say with certainty what we are dealing with. How about you? What do you think?
There's one over here. Looks like it's holding some water. Huh?
If you still haven't hit the like button, subscribed, or even dropped a comment, could you do it now? Thank you very much. It means a lot to us and allows us to create more content like this. Moving on in the next clip. Do you enjoy safari rides? If you're planning to go on one, this next clip will teach you why you should make sure you move with credible institution and also listen to everything they tell you.
Oh my god, he's up. Oh my god, he's gonna jump on us.
This group on a safari ride suddenly encountered a tigress. This magnificent but potentially dangerous feline was cautiously observing its human intruders. Normally, one would take this as a sign to leave the area, but these individuals continued to take pictures of the animal. Typical tourist behavior. Moments later, the tiger became visibly agitated and started moving directly toward them. Recognizing the impending danger, the tourists began to retreat, but the tigress hadn't even begun giving them a piece of her mind. She accelerated and went after them. I know animals bluff this way, but could the wildlife experts confirm if this was a bluff or something else? Either way, the individuals fled the scene, which was the most logical thing to do. My question is, what would you have done in a situation like this? Alexa has become a household name, and I mean that quite literally. This device is used in homes all around the world, but recently some disturbing observations have come to light. TMZ even did a show on it, highlighting reports of something terrifying happening within the Alexa systems. People have recorded strange, unsettling noises coming from their Alexa units, sounds that are guttural and inhuman, unlike anything you'd expect from a voice assistant. No one seems to know what these noises could be. Some have speculated that Alexa might be haunted, while others think it could be the result of someone hacking into the device or possibly a bizarre programming error. What's going on? Is there something more sinister at play, or is it just a technical glitch? We all know what piranhas are, those fierce-looking little predators of the water. Well, take a look at this video. A fish tank filled with tiny piranhas. Just watch how aggressively they chase after the fish that was dropped into the tank. The fish tries to dart around, desperately trying to escape, but the piranhas are relentless, closely pursuing it around the tank. As soon as they got a hold of it, the poor thing was reduced to nothing in seconds. It's a chilling reminder of just how powerful these tiny creatures can be. They look small, but don't underestimate them. Messing with piranhas is not something you want to do. And with that, we end today's episode. Thanks for staying with us. Before you go, are there clips and videos you think we should have featured by now that we haven't? Well, the good news is you can share them with us and we will post them crediting you. Please send any such footage, including ones you recorded yourself, to us via classifiedcaptures@gmail.com. We'll do our thing and include it in our next episode. We can't wait to receive what you have. Share this video with someone you love, and I'll see you in the next one.